Can you all stand up to observe a moment of silent prayer and meditation? Thank you very much. You may all be seated. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge and welcome our Honorable Premier, members of the Provincial Legislature, members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, leaders of political parties, ladies and gentlemen, all viewers at home, you are all welcome to this sitting. I welcome you, as I want to thank everyone for having participated, but also gave the support to the women of South Africa during the month of August, which is the Women's Month. But today we're starting the month of heritage, and heritage is about all of us, it's about who we are, and I hope we'll all celebrate who we are while we are going to remember our stalwart and remember all those that made us to lead today. They laid the good foundation, and therefore we remember them. Thank you very much. You're all welcome. We have received the following apologies: Honorable Moriarty, Honorable Nell, Honorable Ghana, Honorable Sile, Honorable Dlamini, who can't make it for the meeting today. DA members are attending to urgent party business. Honorable Dlamini, his colleague was involved in an accident last night as they were driving back from Ulundi. I hope there's no one who is seriously injured. We also have an apology from Honorable Bloom, who will arrive late in the meeting. Those are the only apologies that have been received by the office. In terms of announcement, I would like to extend my heartfelt condolences to Honorable Ncube for the loss of her cousins, including Inkosi Ncube, who were brutally murdered last week. And we also thank the law enforcement agencies who were able to arrest the killers. And I hope they will receive a heavy sentence for the killing of the 3 relatives of our honorable member. I know, Honorable Kekane, you requested to make an announcement. Can I allow you first before I allow other members? Honorable Kekane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and good morning to honorable members of this House. Madam Speaker, yesterday, the 31st of August 2020, APEC held its first elective meeting in the 6th democratic term. APEC is the association of all the public accounts committees in South Africa, which are at the National Assembly and the 9 provincial legislatures. And in addition to deliberating on enhancing public financial accountability, the meeting also elected its leadership, which includes Honorable Khanyile, who was elected as the General Secretary and Honorable Kanyane, who was elected as the representative of Gauteng Provincial Legislature in the Executive Committee of APEC. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Allah.
Allah.
Congratulations to our members. I hope you will represent us and make us proud. Thank you very much. Any other member wants to make a statement, an announcement?
Yes, yeah,
And-
Speaker, Member Chitangano.
Shitangano,
Member
should be- Honorable Shitangano, it should be an announcement, not a member statement. Yeah? Thank you. Over to you.
It's an announcement, Speaker.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker, on the 10th of October 1947, a giant of South African football was founded. This giant gave hope and inspiration to millions of our people during the dark days of oppressive regime. Today, the EFF joins
Madam
millions
Speaker, can we see
of
his
South
face?
Africans to celebrate and announce the promotion of Swallows FC to Premier League. Don't follow me, follow the birds. The Dube Butcher birds. Dani
I know.
We want to see his face.
Honorable Diale, you must know that Honorable Shitangano indicated even in the last meeting that when he switches on his video, then he got cut. So let's also respect that. Thank you very much. Any other?
We don't follow him, we follow the debates, Madam Speaker.
That's what he said, Honorable Chief Whip. Any other announcement? If not, thank you very much. We are now on member statement, starting with Honorable Bishop Adams.
Good morning, Honorables. Speaker, can you hear me?
Can hear you. I know that you don't have a problem with your video. You can switch on your video.
I just went out now for a moment. Can I continue, Honorable Speaker?
Yes, please. And switch on your video.
I missed, something went wrong. So I think let me rather speak. I'm going to keep up the, not unless somebody else must speak before me to get it right. Speaker, please. My video just disappeared. I don't know why.
Okay,
Can somebody else do a statement? I'll come back to you, ma'am.
No, you can continue.
Can I continue?
Yeah.
Dear Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Deputy Speaker, Honorable members, and our people of Gauteng, I rise on Rule 81 statement by member. Honorable Speaker, the senseless killing of Nathaniel Julius, a Down syndrome 16-year-old teenager by the SAPS, has sent shockwaves through our communities. We grieve for Nathaniel and his family. We as the ACDP condemns this cowardly and criminal act and state categorically that it is totally unjustifiable and unacceptable. The gruesome attack is an erroneous act and stands against all tenets of humanity. We welcome the denial of bail to the 2 police officers implicated and call for change in law enforcement and for action from political leaders so that this latest moment of despair may finally lead to the change our society so sorely needs. Honorable Speaker, the roots of this tragedy lie deep in a painful history of failure by our leaders and our institutions to confront systemic, unwarranted, excessive use of force by police. The blight of police violence corrupts every activity and institution that matters in our lives, and addressing it requires more than a statement like this one or one-time action. It demands ongoing commitment, steady, thoughtful, substantive, and honest. It is a tragic and painful reminder of the bias and violence which exist in our country. The protests on the streets are an outpouring reflecting the years of victimization of our people by police. The ACDP deplores the abuse of power that resulted in the killing of Nathaniel Julius and countless others who have been victims of abuse and authority. Lastly, Madam Speaker, we strongly condemn discrimination and harassment in any form or manifestation. These behaviors rob our fellow citizens of the opportunity to reach their full potential of their place in society and sometimes of their lives. As the ACDP, we will use our platform to lend a voice to those who are voiceless and speak truth to power. We will continue to speak out to condemn injustice, bigotry, and discrimination, intolerance, and harassment. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Litwaba. D. Litwaba.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, good morning and good morning to all the members in the House. A request to be recognized to make a member statement to the House in terms of Section 81(1) of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Honorable Speaker, I, Honorable Doli Ledwaba, member of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, hereby say in terms of Rule 811 of my intention to make a statement to the House during a scheduled sitting of Tuesday, the 1st of September 2020, regarding deliberate damage and railway infrastructure, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic. As the ANC, we would like to condemn the destruction and rail network by criminals and coordinated syndicate deliberately targeted railway lines and other economic infrastructure linked to it, particularly during the period of stricter levels of the nationwide lockdown to curb the spread of the COVID-19. While certain areas of Gauteng's rail network were not in operation, we have witnessed that railway infrastructure has become an easy target for criminals, syndicate stealing cables, copper, and other valuable infrastructure. This is coupled with the damage of road infrastructure, like continuous stealing of traffic lights in our roads, which cost various municipalities millions of rands to replace on annual basis. The destruction of the railway infrastructure and its coordinated stealing of electric cables have a dire economic ramification to our Gauteng economy. Our national development plan is very vivid on how economy infrastructure is essential to foster economic growth, to alleviate poverty and unemployment. Similarly, our GGT 2030 vision indicates that sufficient infrastructure in the form of roads, railway transport system is required to grow the economy, attract both domestic and foreign direct investment. This paramount in building and growing an inclusive economy that creates decent skill revolution and youth employment through transport as a sector. As ANC-led government, we call upon members of society to unite against this spiteful attack and malicious damage of our economic infrastructure across Gauteng. The society must work with law enforcement agencies to expose those criminals working against our government's mandate to provide safe, reliable, and efficient public transport for purposes of delivering socio-economic infrastructure for our poor and marginalized Gauteng residents. Thank you, Speaker.
We have received a request from 2 other members. Unfortunately, those requests will not be entertained as they were received late. We all know that if you want to make a member statement, you send your request 2 hours before the sitting with the attachment of the actual statement. Unfortunately, these 2 members did not request on time. We're now going to go to Premier's question time in terms of Rule 138, starting with Honorable Makhubela to the Premier. Honorable Makhubela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, MECs, presiding officers, members of the provincial legislature, and the people of Gauteng who are streaming on social media, Facebook and YouTube channels. The Gauteng government introduced the transformation, modernization, and the reindustrialization roadmap to Vision 2030, what we term TMR, in 2015. And after the 2019 general elections, it introduced the Growing Gauteng Together roadmap, what we term GGT 2030. Can the Premier please indicate what is the difference between the 2 roadmaps and how do they relate to each other? And secondly, can the Premier give us a breakdown of what the TMR has achieved since its inception? Thank you very much.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would also like to join you in wishing the members Happy Heritage Month. But I'm also saying to all the members, Happy Spring Day. There used to be Spring Day, but I can see the weather is very different. It shows that the climate change is real. It's not a rumor, like it is thought of by other people in other parts of the world. Honorable Makhubela, thank you very much for the question. Your question, if there was adequate time, your question's full response deals both with the economic history of our province, but also the political economy of our province. Just what kind of province we are now and how did we come to where we are. We know that in modern day history, South Africa had 4 provinces, 2 provinces, the Natal and the Cape were colonies, essentially British colonies, and two provinces, the Transvaal and the Free State, were so-called Boer republics. We know that the changes that took place in the period thereafter excluded our people principally in the institutions as well as in economic life. But very interestingly, our province started as an agricultural heartland of South Africa and subsequently became the mining heartland of South Africa. And today it is the industrial heartland of South Africa and the economic hub. To say those things, honorable members, is just to restate the fact that when we talk about what we want to achieve with our program, the TMR, transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization of our province, and its latest version, the Growing Gauteng Together, the principal part of what our goal is to build a province where every part of it is inclusive of all its people. As I said, historically, we come out, we came, the Transvaal was part of the two republics, the Boer republics under the Union of South Africa later. But, Black people, Africans were principally excluded, and many of them lost their land in the process of colonial conquest. So what do we want to do is undo all that, is to build a province where everybody has a stake, everybody feel their part. Every political, social, and economic life is enjoyed by all the people of our province. Having said that, honorable members, we know that in 1994, at the beginning of a new, no longer we used to have the PWV, and then we have Gauteng province. As part of this legislature, a new polity was reconstituted. We have a new legislature, a new economy, and a new structure was begun. If you want to trace growing Gauteng together and the TMR, one of the first things I want to say is Honorable Makubela, at the 1994, the ANC-led government adopted what was called the Gauteng Trade and Industry Strategy. And the aim of that Gauteng Trade and Industry Strategy was to build a new economy, a new post-apartheid economy, to shift Gauteng's economy from the traditional heavy industries to a more sophisticated, high-value-add manufacturing, particularly in sectors that were very, very few and very small in a province like ours, automotive industry, a bit of a tourism of its own type without competing with the coastal provinces. Agro-processing was always there in Gauteng, but the Gauteng Trade and Industry Strategy adopted in 1994 by the ANC-led government of national unity, even here in the province, also sought to ensure that we promote business services. There was a bit of agriculture, but agriculture, as I said, we started as an agricultural economy, then we became a mining economy, then industrialization and manufacturing grew, then even that we got into the services sector. But some of these things happened as a result of deliberate strategy. Others happened as a result of changes in the global economy. And the Gauteng Trade and Industry Strategy adopted then by that ANC-led government was supported by what was called the Blue IQ mega infrastructure projects. And I'm starting there so that when I explain what we are doing now and the relationship between GGT 2030 and the TMR, I also outline what is it that was done well by our predecessors, and then where were the shortcomings and where do we need fundamental break with what was done then. So the Blue IQ infrastructure investment project was very critical in reshaping the new Gauteng economy after 1994. It unlocked the automotive industry. What Roslyn was very small, car manufacturing in Gauteng was very, very small because we knew the provinces where cars were being manufactured was particularly what is the Eastern Cape, 2 areas in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal, Durban. Most of the car vehicles were being manufactured there. Gauteng didn't have any significant car manufacturing capacity, as I say, Roslyn. But the Blue IQ investment sought to put economic infrastructure in order to attract businesses the type of businesses we need, including foreign direct investment, bring in foreign companies to invest in our country, or attract other companies domestically located elsewhere in our province. So through the Blue IQ, there were several investments, as I say, that includes the catalytic investment in the automotive industry to create supplier park that we have there, investment in tourism and heritage, including Maruping and some of the game reserve, Dinukeng game reserve, some of the game reserves. The Blue IQ put those resources to say Gauteng must also be a place where people can have leisure and entertainment. It was part of building and creating a dynamic tourism sector, including some of the projects which were put in our townships. Part of the Blue IQ project was the Gautrain from the big infrastructure point of view, and some of the roads. The Innovation Hub, which is an innovation center in Tshwane, was also part of the Blue IQ. On the logistics side, City Deep got a big boost from time to time, because logistics are important for an economy to function properly, as well as some investments around OR Tambo Airport on that. So the Blue IQ was an entity of the Gauteng provincial government pursuing Gauteng's industrial strategy, and that industrial strategy was to shift some sectors of the economy to new sectors of the economy. How did it from where we are, it succeeded. The Blue IQ infrastructure project succeeded in creating new enterprises and growing some of the new sectors at the time. So that was the decade and a half before I became Premier. And I would like to say that, Honorable Makubela, for the most part of that first decade and a half, the Blue IQ, if you talked about economic development in Gauteng and investments, they were driven by economic infrastructure investments in the form of the Blue IQ project, some of which I haven't mentioned. From there, there weren't any big new infrastructure projects, but there were lots of ideas that came out of various periods before 2014 of new cities. Some of those ideas included also a possible IDZ at the industrial development zone in Gauteng. But the big projects would have essentially have been then. So in 2014, when we came in, we adopted what we call the 10-pillar program for transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization of our province. And it is important to take into account that in the period since 1994, certain parts of our province continued to deindustrialize, Ekurhuleni in a large way. New old industries, heavy industries were closing down, heavy manufacturing industries were closing down. The Vaal experienced big deindustrialization. A lot of similar heavy industries were closing down that used to be big manufacturing. So Ekurhuleni, Sidibeng, that is the Vaal, the south of our province, and parts of Johannesburg experienced deindustrialization in that sense. So what was the reason to have the TMR? This program principally was to look at what the trade and industry strategy introduced by the previous administrations before us achieved, and we said it achieved certain things, but we need to do much more, because part of the big criticism that was identified was that we are still building an economy that is principally excluding the majority. Unemployment continues to be high. Inequality continues to be high. There are very few new black players. Even with the interventions we made on the Blue on the Blue IQ infrastructure project with the criticism remains. So the TMR transformation to insist that we want to build an economy that includes everybody, especially the majority in our country. The majority cannot be a minority in the economy. Insisting on that. Secondly, modernization to pick up from the Blue IQ projects to say we want to shift some of the old industries must be shifted to be sophisticated, value-add, modern industries of the future with innovation as the key drivers and from agriculture with a lot of agro-processing and also have space for services. Reindustrialization, we said, those areas of our province where the industries were going down, we need a new form of an economy. We need to bring new initiatives in those. So, in that sense, Honorable Makubela, we brought back the TMR with 10 pillars to emphasize these things that we had done well with the Blue IQ infrastructure projects and that trade and industry strategy, but we must continue to ensure that we change the structure of our economy. We also create new industries. We also bring in more innovation and knowledge-based sectors of the economy. We build on the new skills, including the fourth industrial revolution. We also ensure that income distribution and decent living, decent livelihoods is something we encourage. So as jobs are created, new industries are set up, poverty wages is something that we mustn't promote in our economy. We also said through that the TMR, you can't just create a new economy without creating new cities and new settlements, but also change the spatial landscape of our province. And we also said we need to break the monopolies and the cartels. The TMR's articulation was that we need to build we can't have an economy dominated by few sectors of the economy that are monopolies, that are cartels that fix prices. No country can afford that. We need the key role for the SMMEs, and we must promote not just SMMEs in general. And the TMR said we need township-based businesses, which is something in the earlier strategy. There was not too much emphasis on township businesses, which we said they played a key role under apartheid to create an economy for our people, but they were shut out of the mainstream economy. And we said through the TMR, we want to integrate this and mainstream these township businesses. They must be linked to the major sectors of the economy, and government must also open up its procurement to support them. So we said the TMR will also help us. The reindustrialization will also link up with the big mission about Africa's industrialization. So, Honorable Makubela, that's what we said with the TMR. So, and we identified several initiatives, including the township economy. We also said young people are locked out of this economy. We need to assist them with the ways to enter this economy. We had a program called SEPO 1 Million to train young people, open opportunities for them. So on the economy, we said that would be about that, but we also said we need to expand public transport systems in our province, use the infrastructure again, like it was done before with the Blue IQ project. We must use infrastructure to change the spatial landscape and improve the quality of life, and also create more employment. So those things were identified as part of the TMR, and we said they have to be pushed. Women empowerment is critical. Businesses owned by women have to occupy also the center space. And we set targets subsequently set targets for Black businesses and set targets for women. That's what part of what was the TMR had all those objectives. So we're saying we are building on what was done before through the Gauteng Trade and Industry Strategy, through the Blue IQ, but we have an ambition beyond that. We want to do more than that. We want to build a new economy. We don't want to just do small things here and there, but we also want to do big things. We want the townships to be hubs also of business activity. And we want to integrate the townships into the mainstream of the economy. On the governance side, we said on the TMR, we want a responsive government. We want a government that goes out there, responds to people's problems, solve people's problems. We introduced Nterisano. On the resource management side, we said we're introducing the open tender system as part of the TMR, because by that time it was clear, and the ANC-led government was saying, and as an ANC-led government, we were saying, we must tackle corruption, we must be transparent, we must be ethical. So we introduced on the governance side the open tender system. So your question, you've asked me two questions related to this. So the first question about what did the TMR achieve, and the second question is what's the relationship between the TMR and GGT 2030. Let me run through this quickly. First, the first thing about what we achieved through the TMR, in the earlier period through the Gauteng Trade and Investment Strategy, through the Blue IQ project, there wasn't a balanced view of ensuring that development goes everywhere. The criticism always was that development is in the 3 metros and in the and then people always felt left out. So the first target of the TMR was, we said we have 5 corridors. We must stimulate investment in all the 5 corridors, and we must prioritize the ones that are the poorest, Sedibeng and the West Rand, because the metros, we must work with them. They have huge resources. We must direct where they direct their investment in infrastructure to catalyze new investments, but we must put more resources in the 2 districts. So, and as I speak, I think we worked very hard in a lot of ways. I'm going to report on where we are right now with regard to some of those initiatives. We also did the second thing. We said we can't compete to attract every business to every municipality. Let's demarcate our province into 5 corridors, and these corridors must specialize. They must have competitive advantage and comparative advantage. And we identified which sectors must locate in Ekurhuleni, which is the eastern corridor, mainly manufacturing and aviation linked. And then we said which sectors must locate in the north, the administrative hub. And we said we are building up on what was achieved by the Blue IQ to get the automotive industry to locate there. We want to make that an auto city. And then we said in the Vaal, we must rebuild that industrial base, but we must also build a new economy there. We must look at other opportunities, including logistics. We said in the West Rand, which was principally like a part of Ekurhuleni, and the West Rand and Joburg were largely the gold mining areas. And we said the West Rand, we must also look at other sectors because gold mining was going down. So what did we achieve? We achieve on that. There are very concrete things as I come to indicate one by one. But firstly, we redesigned through the TMR, we redesigned and reconceptualized the nature of economy we want, what we want to do in each region. The second thing is, through the TMR, we spent 80 billion rands in infrastructure development in all the corridors of Gauteng. over the past 5 years of the TMR, as you said, from formally adopted in 2015, but it was our program from 2014. So we invested 80 billion rands in infrastructure projects across the province, which created 90,000 jobs in that regard. But we also identified very specific things we did, including schools with social infrastructure, new schools, new clinics, rehabilitation of hospitals, new building libraries and also upgrading roads and community facilities like multi-purpose centers. In that regard, we also did something new with the rollout of broadband as a modern infrastructure. But I must say that as we did those things during the 5 years of the TMR, we were not as focused and as directed as the Blue IQ project. Often we wanted to do everything everywhere. Often we wanted to do many things, little things, put little money here, and the impact was limited. That's the lesson we draw from that, and we are taking it into GGT 2030, which when I conclude, I'm going to talk about. What else did we achieve? We attracted 200 billion foreign direct investment in Gauteng in that period through the TMR, through this focused region by region investment, unlocking investment, and that we were able to create jobs in the 5-year period of up to 700,000 jobs in that period. We also were able to, again, as part of the TMR, we established Gauteng as the place where major investment conferences like the Africa Investment Forum would take place. Up to last year, it has been taking place here, bringing global investors and global and African investors here, including our own domestic investors who were able to bring investable projects, to bring their projects there to showcase themselves in our own province. This, again, is something that through the TMR we were able to achieve. The TMR also helped us to promote Gauteng-based businesses to invest in our continent, because there is no way that our future lies with our continent. Yes, we must attract businesses to invest in our province, but we must also, through the TMR, we said, Gauteng-based businesses must do trade in Africa. They must be based here. They must have their headquarters here. Their supply chains must be here. Their talent must be here. But they must do trade in Africa and help create jobs in our own province. And I'm very proud to say that through that initiative, 45,000 trade-related jobs are maintained in our economy. I don't know what the case would be after COVID, but 45,000 jobs were maintained by companies investing in our continent, but whose headquarters and supply chain and manufacturing activities were based here. This is the TMR again. The fifth thing at the TMR we were able to achieve is that we supported 7,000 township businesses through the procurement. They were buying from government. We were buying from them. These businesses, they were supported through non-financial support, through training, through many initiatives. And we spent in 5 years 22 billion rands of the money that they procured. I mean, we procured goods and services from them. Again, before the TMR, this did not exist. What else did we achieve through the TMR? We were able to do a number of things to support a number of sectors, to begin to support women cooperatives, including in construction. And this is something we were continuing from our predecessors, to support women in construction, to support businesses owned by youth. Through this, we were able to do that. We fell short on businesses that are owned by people with disability. We fell short on businesses owned by military veterans and members of the LGBTI community. And this is now being dealt with by GGT 2030 to close the gap that was there. We supported, as I said, young people who were locked out of the labor market. 500,000 of them were able to provide training. Some of them route them into entrepreneurship opportunities, and others were able to create their own businesses or get new jobs elsewhere. We also were able to, again, through the TMR, we place education at the center of all our efforts. We place education and health, and through the TMR, education in our province occupied the center stage. We made tremendous achievements in the 5 years of the TMR, and up to the last year where Gauteng was the #1 province on grade 12 results. We made tremendous achievements in introducing technology in education, and we are continuing to do that even as we go. We continue with GGT 2030. Those initiatives are now translated in there. Number 9 achievement is that we rolled out broadband, as I said earlier on, up to broadband in the townships, 10,000 Wi-Fi hotspots. But we also introduced ECASI labs as part of our new infrastructure done by economic development. We built ECASI labs in townships where young people would have opportunities to come there, especially the young innovators would have an opportunity to do there. We introduced those young people. They were taken on boot camps through our bigger programs and linking with some of the big IT companies. And I want to say, lastly, the TMR also achieved something very, very important. We introduced the open tender system, as I said, but the concrete achievement out of the open tender system was we empowered Black companies, we empowered women-owned businesses cleanly, ethically. We're able to do so. We knew that the open tender system often took longer. That's what departments may often complain about, but it worked. It worked. It kept the sharks. It kept the criminals away. It kept the thieves away. It kept the hyenas away. But it also helped us to improve the clean audits. From 2014, we had 54% clean audits. By 2018, we had 65% clean audits. And there are 2 consecutive years where Gauteng was the only province that got 100% unqualified audits. That is in 2016-17 and in 2017-18. And all these were part of the TMR effort. So it's the economy, it's how we govern, improving governance, but it's how we also engage with communities. What type of province we want to build, how we want to include all the different areas of our province in. They have a stake, we bring investment there, we bring infrastructure there, and no one feels left out. So lastly, Honorable Speaker, in response to Honorable Makubela. So what is the difference between the TMR and GGT 2030? So the first thing is to say all the 10 pillars of the TMR and the initiatives that I have referred to are 2030. So there's nothing that is in the TMR that is left out of GGT 2030. So the backbone of Growing Gauteng Together 2030, the backbone of that is still transformation, is still modernization of this economy, is still re-industrialization of this economy, still positioning Gauteng to be the key, not just the 7th biggest economy in the continent, but the key player in the industrialization of Africa and in promoting inter-Africa trade. But so these are still part of it, but there are other things. What are the things that are different? There are several things that are new. That's what makes GGT 2030 not exactly the TMR. So there are a few things that are new. The first one is is that we want to upscale the participation of Black businesses in the mainstream of the economy. Up to so far, Black businesses are participating only in certain sectors. Even in those sectors, they are participating at a small scale. In the pharmaceutical sector, they are participating in a small scale. Some of the advanced manufacturing, they are not participating in a big scale. So businesses owned by women, Black people, cooperatives, township businesses, and businesses owned by people with disability. Now we include military veterans and members of the LGBTIQ community. We want to account for everyone who does business with us, every sector we work with. We want to be the champion of these sectors because that's part of our vision for transformation. So we are saying through the TMR we started, but we were not pushing what the president calls the new economy post-COVID. This is part of what we want to see. So we want to ensure that there's upscaling of the participation of this previously excluded in the priority sectors and in the major sectors of the economy. But they can't do this if there's no industrial financing. We know that the absence, every big business, every under apartheid in the DFIs were the key drivers of industrial financing. We need our own DFIs in our own country to support these businesses because private sector banks are not necessarily coming to party. So the program of the Black industrialists in Gauteng is something that as part of GGT 2030, we want to drive. The second thing is very, very specific. We had previously not located the special economic zones at the center of this province vision. So what is unique about GGT 2030 is that we are placing the special economic zones at the center of the vision of our province. And in fact, we want at least in every corridor or every region or every metro district, we want at least one special economic zone. Special economic zones are important. They have scale. They are the basis on which you can empower and transform the economy, bring new entrants, bring women, bring businesses that have been excluded previously. They are industrial parks that government bring foreign direct investors in there, but we bring them in there on our terms because these industrial parks are ours. We also want to emphasize the role of the township industrial parks. We have had them, we have invested in them in the past, but we want to look at how they help as locations for township businesses, including agri-parks. And also we want to invest in some of the infrastructure areas, such as new strategic road networks that talk to our vision. Where are we having new cities? Where are we having new industrial complexes? We need new public transport networks in those areas. We need new roads, including smart public transport nodes. We also want to take broadband access to connectivity, it mustn't just be for the few, it must be for everybody, in the industrial parks, in the townships, in our schools, in our hospitals, and in all our public facilities. So this is one of the important things we are emphasizing. We're saying that the key thing here is that we see Gauteng as a single multi-tier special economic zone. We start with many. We are already busy with the automotive one in Tshwane. Construction is happening. We opened one, which is the OR Tambo IDZ last year. And then we are busy with the one in Sidibeng. The feasibility study is funded by the DTI. And we also have a partnership with the Development Bank of South Africa on that SEZ of the Vaal. And we are working with businesses in the West Rand on what we call the agro-processing, the special agro-processing hub, which is a special economic zone. All these things are part of what is the unique emphasis in GGT 2030, combining them with what was in there. We are also emphasizing that through the 4IR panel, we want Gauteng to be a digital economy. And the 4IR panel has already started its work. We don't want the digital economy only in certain parts, not just the innovation hubs. The whole province, all the sectors must be frog-marched into the digital economy. That's what GGT 2030, by the end of this decade, Gauteng should be the hub of Africa's digital economy. We also want to say we are also introducing sustainability and environmental protection as the emphasis. It wasn't there in the TMR, it is now there in GG 2030. We are emphasizing that the state must have the capacity, it must have the agility to deal with all kinds of risks, to implement its plans, but also to deal with risks and pandemics of the type we have seen now. We need a state that is agile. This is something, it's not, in the TMR we spoke about transformation of the state and modernization. It's not enough just to modernize and transform the state, but we need to build a state that has got long-term planning, that has got long-term agility to adapt to risks and dangers and disasters like the type we are facing right now. And lastly, GGT 2030 emphasizes also that we are part of our continent, the Africa Free Continental Free Trade Zone or area. Gauteng must be at the heart of manufacturing for Africa. When people say made in Africa, we must be saying it is made in Gauteng. We must make and manufacture things for our continent if our continent is moving into making and manufacturing things for itself. So Honorable Makhubela, that sums up basically the relationship between the two, but also what the achievement has been. As we do right now, we are busy going to level 2. We are fast tracking all these initiatives that are part of GGT 2030. We launched this last week. We are going into level 2 to really pump implementation of all our initiatives and all the special economic zones and all these key industrial parks and the programs to support women and youth enterprises to ensure that we reopen the economy. But as we do so, we are not leaving out any section of our population. I want to emphasize, as we bring in those who were left out, we are not excluding those fellow South Africans who have been part of this economy. It will only be good if they themselves actually say they want to be partners in making this an economy for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Premier. Honorable
Manda. Muprimiri.
Advocate, please. Honorable Makhubela, do you still have a
State of the province address.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. And I think I want to humbly thank you for a comprehensive, substantive response to the question that I've given. And thank you. There's no other question. I think the Premier would have gone at length to be able to explain the difference and as well as the similarities between the TMR and the GGT 2030 roadmaps. Thank you.
Supplementary question, Madam Chair.
Is that honorable? Oh, okay.
Yes. We also have our hands up, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, it's Honorable Mavala for supplementary question.
Continue, Honorable Mavala.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Premier, what makes this different? the GT project that you spoke about. What makes it different from the prawn farm? Because I heard you were talking about the agro-processing hub in West Rand. So I would like to know what is the difference between the agro-processing hub and the prawn farm that you introduced in 2015. And you remember this was managed by the notorious Bosasa. So I would like to know that, is this another way for you to channel funds to promote corruption using the agro-processing hub in West Rand? Thank you.
Mabala no bora.
Honorable Kanyile, before the
No problem, King.
Thank you,
Another question is that another way of channeling funds for corruption. What nonsense is that? But a pathetic question. It's a pathetic question.
Please,
Another way of corruption.
Now we are ready for you.
No, but you think we're here to clown.
Ezra, why are you doing this?
We are the one who's clowning.
Yeah, always.
Honorable members, please, with due respect, can we allow Honorable Kanyile to ask the question to the Premier? If there is a problem, I'm sure as presiding officers will be able to deal with the matter rather than us howling and behaving in that fashion. Please, members, thank you.
There is no one howling speaker. You must call order member Letswalo. Always he's causing a problem in this house. Member Letswalo always causing problems in this house. You must call him into order. We are tired of him.
The Premier is giving a substantive response. Then a pathetic question comes.
Ezra. Grandstand. No,
but I'm granting my standing.
No, man. Honorable Letswalo, I'm just saying all of you members, irrespective of who started, because as you respond also, we are actually suffocating us. We can't even hear. The people of Gauteng and South Africa are watching us. They want to hear the responses. And Tina, we're busy grandstanding. Please stop doing that. Honorable Kanyile, it's your turn now.
Thank you, Speaker. And let's just indicate to Member Mavala, it's called GGT 2030, not GTI. GTI is a car. Premier, you have indicated that the intentions of TMR and GGT 2030 are to redress the past and build a Gauteng inclusive.
Please, can you rectify that?
Socks,
No, members, please. Honorable Mavala, stop doing that, please.
So it has indicated that the intentions
GT is a car.
The intentions of TMR and GGT 2030 are to redress the past and build a Gauteng inclusive of all its people. I have noted that the Premier did not just end by saying that it is about undoing, but he went on to say that it is about building. I'm of the view that programs which are focused on undoing do not normally provide alternative plans on what should replace whatever they want to undo. To be specific, in the case of racism and sexism, instead of preaching anti-sexism and anti-racism, which I regard as undoing, the approach of focusing on building non-sexism and non-racialism should be an effective way to deal with some of the issues which are confronting us currently. Some are gender-based violence, the plight of Indian, colored, and African communities. I'm hoping that, in my understanding, that I understand the Premier correctly to mean inclusivity of TMR and GGT 2030 is also about building a non-sexist and non-racial society by focusing on social and economic challenges faced by all, especially the Africans, colored Indian communities, including those that are faced by women. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Member Mavala, welcome back, Member Mavala. I know that when we spoke about GGT 2030, you were not yet back. Growing Gauteng Together 2030. the what is the agro-processing hub? So, and again, I take it that because you are a returning member new, where at the State of the Province address, Honorable Mabala, which I think you must read to do yourself a favor, members of your party were there. We outlined the detail of in the West Rand. So we have 30 hectares of land that we welcome the mining houses for saying to us, this is the land, government, we want to work with you. This land must be available to get township agro-processors and farmers in the West Rand, especially black farmers, to utilize this land. You know, there's lots of land, mining houses own lots of land that can be used, especially for growing vegetables and other crops very easily. So we have worked as part of our insistence that South Africa belongs to all, and those who have a lot, including land, cannot just keep this land when others have nothing. So we reached a common mutual understanding agreement with the mining houses in the West Rand to make this 30 hectares of land available. So this land, Honorable Mabala, we will work. So we are already working with the Department of Agriculture and Land Affairs, with these mining houses, and a group of businesses that I'm going to come back to what these businesses would do to make sure that these small-scale farmers must be supported. These are cooperatives. I'm going to answer a question on cooperatives later from Honorable Adams. We have a lot of cooperatives, small-scale farmers who don't have enough land to do, who are doing things well. And if you really want to release land particularly for farming, the correct people to look for is those who are already doing something on the land. And those who are already producing something, you give them more because they know what they are doing. With more land, they can produce more. So we're going to be, so this 30 hectares of land that used to be land owned by mining houses is the backbone of what turning the West Rand into, amongst others. Yes, you are still going, there's still mining there. Some of those mines will still be open for many, many years. They may not employ as many people, but we are diversifying the economy. We want to have more. The West Rand also has got some areas that have got good fertile land. So we want to bring, so these small scale farmers must work with the commercial farmers. Some of the small scale farmers, our Department of Agriculture has a program on commercializing farmers. We want to grow them, but what they will be producing, they are going to supply at an agro-processing supplier park, which is called a food city or an agro-processing hub. That hub is not a government hub. You have private sector companies that have their own money. They have bought, they own the land. We just have to expand the roads around those areas. So there's an area, and I won't say where because I know that you can go and occupy that land. There's an area where this agro-processing hub, or what's called a food city, but it's a major place where all the agricultural produce, principally from these small-scale producers, for the first time, they don't have to worry. When they produce, they mustn't go worry about where to sell. They produce, they have off-take agreements, they produce as much as they can, and then the agro-processing hub is the place where the storage is and where the dispatching, and these are the guys who are going to be buying from our small-scale farmers, and they will be doing they will actually be exporting this or sending it to markets in the SADC region or to the supermarkets in our country. But it's a to create an agro-processing zone like this, special agro-processing zone like this, you need land, you need farmers, and then you need logistics. This group of business people who are building this with their own money, this agro-processing hub, they will provide logistics to the small-scale farmers. They'll be able to pick up, and they are doing this, as I say, to focus on exporting food. Some of the food will go to the Middle East. Some of it will be for the other parts of the continent. It's a great thing for the economy of the West End, and that's part of what our transformation strategy is. So the people who are small, who used to be on the margins, just producing to go and sell on the street or in the township, at the township corner there, those are going to be some of them who will be brought onto this 30 hectares. As I say, we are working with the West Rand District Municipality and the local municipalities. We are working with the mining houses. We are working with the land and agriculture department, and we are working with business people who are putting their money. This is the formula for all our special economic zones. There must be business people who bring their money in there, who are going to create jobs, who are going to create opportunities for other businesses, Black-owned businesses, small businesses, for us to work with them. And we will provide the infrastructure like roads where they need electricity, where they need sewer networks. We do that. That's how we are. And these ones we are not building anything unlike the other SEZs. They will build themselves. So you can see, Member Mabala, that things are moving fast. If you miss something, you were here before, things are moving fast. You are still talking about Busasa. It's not even there anymore. We are still talking about Busasa, and we're talking about big stuff here that's going to empower the emerging farmers in the West Rand. Honorable Kanyile, I agree with you, Honorable Kanyile, that the type of economy we are talking about, I want to emphasize the ANC's view of an economy. We don't want to just take the apartheid economy and share as it is. No, we want to transform this economy. We want to grow it. When we say prosperity, shared prosperity, we don't want to just take from whites and then say and give to blacks. We say we want the cake can be bigger. We can work together. Black businesses and white businesses can work together. But we also want businesses created by Black people themselves, new enterprises and new businesses that do new things. We don't just want an empowerment model where Black people join white companies and they create nothing. They just join there and they just join that which was happening. That's not transformation. That's not real. That's not the TMR. It's not just about you come into a white company and join hands. No, we want Black people to create their own businesses. We want young people to create new enterprises, new sectors that don't exist today. It's not just about taking what we have now. It's also creating, turning it around, growing it, transforming it, creating new value chains, linking up with global supply chains, creating real wealth in a big way, not just that which was created, we enter and just, that's too small for millions of South Africans. We want to grow this economy, yes, but we want our fellow South Africans, white South African counterparts who have land, those who say, I want to make this land available to share. We will not, those ones don't, if they do that, they don't need expropriation without compensation. Black white companies that want to incorporate and train young people to be able to do the things that they are doing. Because BEE is not about just bringing blacks into existing white companies. I don't like that model because there's no value creation there. I want a model where we have what we have, we also change it, we grow it, we transform, and we create new businesses and new industries. That's real transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization. And we can't leave out any section of the population amongst the national groups that were oppressed. But I also want to say to white South Africans, including the youth, white young people, this is your country. They don't have to leave. They have a space. As long as they know that we can't build an economy in future like the one we had where it was for whites only, as long as these young white South Africans, including the old, say, share the common commitment to bring an economy for all that include everybody, they are welcome to join our efforts. And we say that to many white South Africans who say they want to join hands in building a new economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier. The next question will come from Honorable Hassan to the Premier.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Just to quickly acknowledge the Premier, MECs, Honourable Members, and of course those who are watching us live from home. My name is Honourable Visya Hassan, and the question put forward is the Growing Gauteng Together 2030 plan has identified corruption and maladministration as major impediments to the creation of a livable city region with people having access to basic services. And noting the reports of corruption relating to COVID-19 funds in various provinces, can the Premier indicate, number one, what systems and plans have the Gauteng government put in place to ensure that COVID-19 funds are used for the purpose for which they are allocated for? Number two, if any, are these systems able to pick up red flags in time? And if so, what processes will the Office of the Premier follow to address the misuse of funds? And three, is the Gauteng government faced with challenges of collusion and price fixing related to COVID-19? And if so, how is the Office of the Premier handling these challenges? Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Premier.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Hassan, for the question. Honourable Hassan, I think part of your question I've already dealt with. So in dealing specifically with corruption related to COVID, I said to Honourable Makubela that we're not just dealing with corruption as it pertains to COVID. Clean governance, ethical leadership, fighting corruption is part of the TMR. Is part of our 10-pillar strategy and program to turn this province into a home that all those who live here feel they have a stake, they are safe, they have livelihoods. So I start there because I dealt with that part comprehensively. It's part of the TMR, but it's also part, yes, as you say, of growing Gauteng together.
A message that was put to voters from the side of the DA to see how they react.
I'm sorry, Honourable Speaker, there was some problem from Honourable Ntseke's. So having said that, with that interruption, so we deal with corruption from the point of view of principle that it is impossible to build a Gauteng province that I articulated in response to Honourable Makubela's question. It's impossible to create a Gauteng province where everybody is included and nobody is left out if corruption thrives. Because corruption lives, it's about the few benefiting and leaving millions of, it's not possible to have corruption where millions in society are included in corruption. It's greed. It's always about the few taking for themselves, using all manner of means. So if you want to build a society for all, a society in which there's no one left out, a society in which we value human solidarity, and people are regarded as their dignity, their human rights and dignity is something that is not tempered with, cannot be taken away. And the state, the responsibility of the state is to help fulfill these human freedoms and ensure people enjoy full dignity. Corruption disrupts all that vision. So that's the starting point I want to make. That some of us, the reason we are opposed to corruption is not just the ethical, it's not only the moral, the ethical moral side derives from the fact that corruption benefits can only benefit the few. A corrupt system cannot feed millions of people. A corrupt system cannot clothe millions of people, cannot give houses to millions and jobs to millions of people. So the reason corruption is a fundamental, it must be opposed and fought for beyond just moral proclamations and declarations, is that it undermines building a society where everybody is at peace and at ease and live the type of life, meaningful life that they can ever enjoy. And they have the means at their hands, the means at their disposal to live. Corruption is about taking that which is supposed to be for the many, for the few. That's why it must be opposed with everything in our hands. So, and that's why I'm emphasizing. The vision in GG 2030 will not succeed if corruption succeeds. They can't coexist. The TMR will not succeed if corruption succeeds. They can't coexist. So the choice we make is whether we allow corruption to succeed or we in my governing party, we can't have corruption and then have progress and the TMR and have the Freedom Charter at the same time. So those who choose the corrupt means must know they are ditching the Freedom Charter, they are ditching everything that is about the kind of society that we want to build. So having said that, so what are the instruments, Honorable Hassan, to ensure we deal with it? I've already emphasized passionately that it undermines everything, the humanity of everybody. It undermines everything we want to do. I've demonstrated earlier on that we firstly, we introduced the open tender system. It was not perfect, but just in 5 years, it helped us to a lot. And one of those things it helped us achieve a lot was to improve the audit outcomes. I've already said, Honorable Hassan, the open tender system helped us to improve audit outcomes to a point where our clean audits were increasing every other financial year, and we eliminated disclaimers from our audits. Through this, we're reducing irregular expenditure in all that. So the open tender system also was inviting anybody. When you open up, corruption cannot thrive in a transparent situation. Transparency and accountability essentially will ensure that the corruption is either eliminated completely or is reduced. So we did that. We're opening up our system. We did that. And in the years that it worked, we have had incidents of corruption and incidents in that project that we would get forensic investigation We would have issues raised by the AG's report that we would follow up on and discipline people, including having fired some of the HODs in that period, fired 3 of them. We would have, but we haven't had the corruption of the scale that we have had now of PPE, because we did other things. We worked through I appointed the Civil Society Anti-Corruption Busters, a group of people committed to fighting corruption and integrity promoters. They met with many businesses. They had many sessions with business, with labor, with senior managers, even with us at EXCO, to deal with how to clean every department, to identify risky department, which departments don't have proper systems. We have been working structurally and systematically on dealing with corruption, improving audits, identifying where the vulnerabilities are. We have also worked with the Ethics Institute to train what we call integrity champions for every department, to also train CFOs and municipal managers on these issues of corruption, how to detect, but also to talk to senior managers on how they themselves can resist sometimes illegal, unlawful, and unethical instructions from their seniors. So this work was done. We also signed an MOU with the Special Investigation Unit in 2017. They seconded people. Every time there was a whistleblower in a department or there was an incident, we will easily just refer the matter to the SIU without waiting for the presidential proclamation. They will investigate, they will come back. When they want a proclamation, after they found out something is very serious, we will then do that. But this was working, it was working for us. We had our own forensic investigation in Treasury doing work on a lot of investigations, sometimes, of course, relying a lot on forensic firms, some of which were found to have been unethical during the Gupta saga. As you know, some of those firms were relying on themselves. They are not necessarily beyond corruption. We had to remove them from our list of firms that does work with the provincial government. So we did a lot of work, institutional, systemic, sort out the open tender system, appoint integrity commissioners, train people, get people to sign declarations. But when the disaster came, I think one of the things we must say is that the crooks were always watching and they were always around, both in the system. It's just that the systems were tight enough, system like the open tender system, they were tight enough, it was difficult. But when the disaster was declared and what's called the emergency procurement was there, which was meant for good, for quick decision making, they pounced, Honorable Hassan, they pounced. And in a sense, they undermined and destroyed the system we have spent the last 5.5 to 6 years building. And my heart is very, very, very sore. They have destroyed from the point of view of public resources that have been, that the investigation is on. We will get the full report, but we want public, people who are public officials and those who are in business must be held accountable. As I say, this doesn't seem like it's something that just happened. It seems like it was a proper plan designed to ensure that rules are not followed, and as quickly as possible, people make a quick buck. We want the money recovered. And having done all the things I said we have done, we have put this in place, we have trained people, integrity processes. These people must go to jail. The money must be recovered, because it basically means that they are always watching, there are always people in the system and in business who think that they can, at the slightest opportunity open, they would want to do business in an unethical way. I have no mercy for those. I have no mercy for government officials, having spent so much time with government officials saying that we want clean governance in Gauteng. This can't be done, that can't be done. I have no mercy for that. The second thing is that we have also the Gauteng Audit Services. You were asking about systems and structures. The Gauteng Audit Services, our internal audit, is doing lots of good work. They are the first ones to pick up this. That led me to pick up this, having been asked by the Department of Health. They picked up that the PPE thing was going wrong and recommended that I must appoint the SIU, which I did. The audit services, internal audit is very, very important. It must be strengthened throughout Gauteng departments. We want to make sure that our treasury strengthens internal audit, but I have confidence in Gauteng Audit Services that they are really doing great work for us. The Gauteng Forensic Investigation Unit is now transferred to the Premier's office. It is working with this team, the integrity team in my office, with the seconded people from the SIU on a permanent basis. They are not just about waiting to be tipped about fraud. They are now for every big project that all the projects I was telling you about, the special economic zones, the infrastructure projects where we are mobilizing both public and private sector. I want state institutions that are going to watch, not wait until money corruption happens, but they must also that's what the Chinese do. At the very beginning of a big project, set up a team of people who are risk people, whose job is to just make sure that a project is not messed up by corruption. It's not messed up at any stage by so proactive measures to prevent rather than wait until something has happened. So the Forensic Investigation Unit in the Premier's office will work with the SIU and the audit services and make sure that all the big budget items and the big projects, there's always work with state agencies, other state agencies. There's always a group of people who are watching over the project in advance. Honorable Hassan, the red flags, you're talking about picking up of the red flags. The audit services, Gauteng Audit Services is the one that helps us to pick up red flags. And as I said, there are internal auditors for every department. They are the first people who are able to raise an issue. But here in Gauteng, we also rely on whistleblowers. As I say to you now, a lot of whistleblowers send stuff to me. Once I have examined it, I pass it over to the SIU. If it's something serious of that nature, if it's something that needs the police or the Hawks, we pass it to those state agencies to deal with. So we do have mechanisms, but I'm saying to you, we are strengthening them. This thing of bringing the Forensic Investigation Unit from Treasury into my office, which is complete now, which is also going to work on big ticket items and big projects of every department and do risk profiling of departments. Which department is more prone to corruption is part of those things that are being done. This SIU is following up on all the monies that wherever corruption would have happened. The SIU is following. You know, they've already frozen some accounts. The first set of accounts were 40. They are not only those ones. They will freeze every other account once they have done their investigation and those people did not get the job properly. We're also working with the AG's office. In addition to the SIU, regularly my office work also with the AG's office to look at issues that may be raising the red flag on these issues. Fixed price fixing is being investigated by other agencies, including the Competition Commission. We think that there may have been some private sector aid institutions outside these companies that are dealing with PPE. We know some of them are big corporations, pharmaceutical companies, chemists, like they are also doing and I want to say, Honorable Fasia, that sometimes wrongdoing done in the private sector by big corporates with big profiteering does not receive the same attention as wrongdoing that happens in government, sometimes by small businesses. Wrongdoing is wrongdoing, but we are not always having the same firm-handedness when we deal with wrongdoing, profiteering, price fixing by the big corporates. They get fined little amounts, and this breaks my heart for me. I think we need to do much more. We need to punish corruption wherever it happens, in the public and in the private sector. And I want to say that when we deal with corruption, it's very important to always never make an assumption that when a black company has gotten the job, it means they are corrupt. Corruption has no color. Crookery has no color. Butsotsi abona mala. Honorable Mavala, Butsotsi abona mala. There is a young man, a South African, who comes from Cape Town, who got involved in some PPE deal. It's a young white South African in the UK who did more or less the same things we are dealing with here. Did not deliver proper PPE. I saw this story in the newspapers. The PPE was not of proper quality. There was overcharging. So those who think that this is it's black people who are corrupt, and there's no corruption amongst white people, white businesses, and including white officials, I pity them, because they are also amongst the businesses that were involved. There are also genuine manufacturing businesses that are in this sector that did work, and I hope the SIU will be able to show that they followed procedures, they did work, they did quality, they delivered. And those that are thugs, that were not proper businesses, they need to pay the price, because we don't want to empower thugs. We don't want to empower businesses that are not proper businesses, where people are not really, they are just fronting for somebody political. But corruption must be fought with everything, because it will destroy our dream and a vision for a transformed South Africa. A South Africa where everybody has got a space to live and be the best that they can become. Without winning the war on corruption, we will not transform our country. But as we fight corruption, we must also focus on transformation. It's absolutely important that we transform this economy, root and branch, and build a new economy. Thank you.
Honorable Hassan, do you have a supplementary question or comment?
Yes, Speaker. Thank you. I do have a supplementary. The first is that, to welcome the proactive approach we're speaking about, and to acknowledge the fact that, there were processes before and there's additional processes being put in. But I think we have to ask a little bit of a difficult question, in that, when can we expect some of the outcomes from the SIU? I know Premier has spoken at length around it, but when can we expect that? And the last comment I want to make, Honorable Speaker, through you, is that I fully agree with the Premier that we must call a spade a spade. Corruption exists in the public and the private sector. And until we start applying consistency across the board, I don't think we're going to change any sort of culture of corruption either. So I think, yeah, Premier's been quite clear, but just want to commend the proactive approach and the fact that we are waiting on that SIU report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Speaker, supplementary question, please.
Honorable Mpisi, your hand was up.
Yeah, Speaker, can you recognize me, please?
Honorable Mpisi, can you speak? Honorable Mpisi, you have disappeared. Honorable Mukwebo.
Yeah, supplementary question, Speaker.
Continue.
Yes, Premier, we welcome your response, but I think if you can assist the people of Gauteng and make them aware of the question which I raised, please can you confirm to the House, to the people of Gauteng, that during the 5th administration and now currently on the 6th administration, which SIU and forensic reports you received in your office, which you never implemented the recommendation so far. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, can I be recognized? Thank you.
Speaker, can I be recognized? Speaker?
Okay, Honorable Litoba.
Thanks, Speaker. I wanted to make a remark and just bring to the attention of the Premier that maybe when we talk about corruption, we don't exactly know what we are talking of. And I want to bring these few incidents to his attention. For instance, there is a project in Sebokeng called Sebokeng DLTC. And in that project, people who were assigned to be the PSP have collapsed that project and they continue to be awarded the same project. Vereeniging Intermodal Facility, on several locations, the very same project was aborted, but they continue to invest money on the same project. There is an investigation that was conducted on K40C, wherein the recommendation was that 13 officials should be brought for disciplinary hearing. But unfortunately, the department, out of those 13 people, they were only 2, and them has been got free. And again, to bring the attention of the Premier, is that they appointed an HOD doesn't have any technical experience. And if I were to quote the remarks from the MEC to say that department lacks leadership, but unfortunately through corruption, the very same HOD has been appointed in that particular department. All these instances demonstrate that the government is not willing, the government is involved in corrupt activities. Thank you.
Honorable Makubela.
Madam Speaker, I've raised my hand as well. This has happened twice. I haven't been recognized.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. I think in your response to one of the questions that I asked, you mentioned that we need to fight the notion where a majority of our people find themselves at the behest of the minority. I'm worried, Honorable Premier, as a supplementary question, that there seems that there's an effort, there's a relentless effort in our country to criminalize black business, to put a stigma on every transaction involving black companies, to paint those particular transactions as particularly corrupt. And I think that perhaps, Honorable Premier, we need to have a relentless response on that particular front, because if you look at the example that you gave, you look at the list that was released by the Western Cape government, where over 90% of companies that supplied PPEs to the government of the Western Cape were lily white companies. And you look at the list of companies that supplied PPEs to the Gauteng government were mainly businesses owned by those who were previously disadvantaged. And I think that we need to be able to communicate this and reject the notion that whenever African people are in business, whenever Black people are in business, it means that those particular business deals are because of corruption. And I think that perhaps, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, maybe if we can respond to this. Thank you very much.
Honorable Msimang, you're the last on the question.
Madam Speaker, my hand's also up, sorry.
Yeah, I'm counting members. That's why I'm saying Honorable Makubela is the last. Honorable Msimang is the last on this issue.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Premier. You know, we've had these talks before, a number of times before. The colleagues have just spoken about the SIU reports that happened even before COVID, or that you in possession of before COVID. How do we then trust that, you know, this time things will happen? Premier, you spoke about ethical and moral, you know, and Batupili principles. But I want to put it to you, as even been put by Thabo Masebe, the DG in the Provincial Communications Office, who then said that there has been, and who confirmed that there's been 1.4 million rand that has been spent on catering. This during the heightened hunger, you know, of the 4 months of the disaster that has taken place. How do we then begin to justify that? How does moral and ethical behavior and leadership kick in when these things were happening? And I ask you again, Premier, with everything that we have heard before and everything that we are seeing right now, how do the people of Gauteng trust that indeed what you are saying now will be actually acted upon? And this will not just be another storm that we are waiting to pass before we continue as business as usual. Thank you.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. There have been a number of supplementary questions. The supplementary questions are more than the questions themselves. I'm very glad that members have taken a lot of interest in my questions in my question time. Let me start with the Honorable Mkwebo. Honorable Mkwebo asked a very direct question: how many SIU reports have I received, and which ones have been implemented? Honorable Mkwebo, I think I have had this issue about at which point should SIU reports be released, and it's a matter of accountability. I definitely don't have a problem with releasing SIU reports. There are things that some of the reports have disciplinary issues that must take place. So when I have to take that into account, that there are, all I can first commit to you, Honorable Mkwebo, is that there's no SIU report that's not implemented in Gauteng. If it was commissioned by us, if it's a report that was mandated at a different level, at a national department or municipal, it affects a municipality, it gets drawn to our attention that the following steps are being taken or need to be taken, and we must oversee. But as it pertains the SIU reports for the province, the ones that are instituted by myself, and my attitude is very, very simple too, is that I want to move to a situation where SIU, the implementation of SIU, wait for one moment where every report, everything has the report, all the investigations are completed, and then the report takes many, many months or even years. We've got an experience in this province where there was a report of a member of the legislature, which took long. And that is the era before the current head of the SIU, and the emphasis that I have is that when they have a report on the basis of which we have asked them to do something, they bring it back. I put it into the system, look at what the legal issues are. If disciplinary processes must unfold, those disciplinary processes will unfold. At which point would we brief the public? If certain course of action must be taken, including criminal, there are SIU reports where there are follow-ups by the police branches, the relevant branches of the police are following up on that. People are being criminally charged, and that also includes the current ones where recovery of the money. One thing that really unsettles me is you have an official of government. There's an investigation, and that investigation finds that the official has done something wrong, and they resign, disappear from Gauteng, go and join another government department. And I think I've made it very clear to the SIU that even as you do your reports, then where you are convinced that an official or a company, the process of recovering the money must take place. You must do so even as you are completing your reports. So essentially, I can guarantee you that there's no single SIU report that I have where there is no action about it. Either disciplinary action, if the SIU said people must be disciplined, or a criminal case must be opened, or the asset forfeiture process must kick in. But yes, I definitely will. I consider this matter very well. I have had people even insulting me in public. When are you releasing this report or that report? I will definitely be able to release SIU reports when we have completed the processes that would not jeopardize action that needs to be taken, because the principal thing for me, time for talking is over. We can't just have forensic reports that says something went wrong, but there are no consequences, or someone resigns, disappears as an official, there are no consequences, they get their pension, and they go and work somewhere else, or they even go and set up business and come back and do business with government. There must be consequences. So there's a whole new way through which I have been unsatisfied with forensic reports that are instituted by departments after the AG. I have been dissatisfied with reports that come from investigations where nothing happens, or forensic investigators simply say, you've paid them money, but they say, no, you can't use this report, our report, in court when you have to go and charge. And that's why I've said to our treasury and our departments that appoint forensic investigators who do disclaimers at the end of their report. We appoint forensic investigators because we want consequence management on if someone hasn't done wrong, they are cleared, it's okay. But if wrong has happened, we want consequence management. So the reason I'm saying to Honorable Mkwebo that there will be an opportunity for me to release every forensic report which has run its course and it doesn't threaten the processes of recovering the money or disciplining people. I would have released that already. I don't think that forensic SIU reports must be kept a secret, but at which point do you release a report of a forensic investigation has to be linked to the work that you are doing, so you don't, because that's the goal, is not just to have a report. The goal is to make sure if a criminal must be arrested, money lost must be recovered. That's an official of government, not just disciplined, but if they broke the law, there must also be criminal charges. So I think that's the point I want to make. We will release these reports as soon as, when each and every one of these reports has run its full course, I will be able to release them. Honorable Ledwaba tells me about things that are happening in Sebokeng, Vereeniging, about corruption, and then he says this government is corrupt, the way it appoints, it even appoints people. You appoint an HOD who doesn't have technical skills. You are confused, Honorable Ledwaba. My learned friend, you are very confused. You're confusing many different things. If you say to me there is a corrupt project in Sebokeng, there's a corrupt project in, these guys were reappointed, this company was, bring that information to me. And then you are mentioning the officials who were part of a project, I think you say, is it K46 or K47, who the forensic investigation, I know we are still having a case with this case involves the officials of transport on a matter that is William Nicol. We are still pursuing those officials. When the team of lawyers come back to me to say, no, this we must settle. We can't settle with people who have lost us money. We can't settle with the thieves. So Honorable Ledwaba, there are still officials that are being pursued in the Department of Transport about the William Nicol issue, if that is the one. If it's another road, give it to me. But don't confuse. If you say someone doesn't have technical skills and then you talk about corruption, and I don't know what your measure of technical skills is really. But I respect you, Honorable Ledwaba, but you often mix things. It's very, very typical of you just to mix things that are not the same. Honorable Makhubela, you and I agree that corruption has no color, and that there are black companies, there are black people, professionals, black business people who are honest, who are doing their best, who are doing the jobs, who are in business and in the professions, who are frank, who are ethical people, who earn honest incomes, and that there is no skin color to corruption, and that there is often, I see this on Twitter a lot, there is often people who think that every black company must have gotten I see it on Twitter a lot. Unfortunately, I am on the streets of Twitter, where where you have typical racists who just think that there can't be a black company that is professional, that has done a proper job. I know lots of black people who would refuse to take a bribe, would rather not have the job than to take a bribe. And I think given where our country is in the fight, we can't achieve transformation. We can't build proper black businesses at the back of corruption. Even the most honest will be discredited by those who don't do proper work. So I am as pained by this, Honorable Makhubela, as you are. There are white companies that are corrupt, and there are black companies that are corrupt. Some of them use sophisticated language to couch corruption. It is corruption to do collusion. Is corruption. Price fixing is corruption. And if that's what Honorable Ledwaba was saying, I would say he's not confused. But we can't say white people are corrupt. That's a generalization. We can't say every white person under apartheid got their any business deal under corruption. Like it is, even our opponents, the opponents of the ANC, there are those who write like our policies to transform the economy will inevitably lead to corruption. No ways. There is no ways. Ensuring that everyone has a stake in a society, building a solidarity society is the best act against corruption. It's unethical to have a society where only few have and others don't have. It's the first act of corruption. And I'm one of those who believe that there are forms, social systems, greed inherent in certain forms, social systems. It's inherently corrupt. It's not about black, it's not about white. Honorable Msimang, you asking a question about the people of our province will believe when they see action. That's they will believe we are serious when they see action. When they see the people who have robbed government through the PPE or any other arrested, facing consequences. That's the only time they will trust us. You raising for the second time you raised the issue of catering, honorable, of the 1.5 million catering, honorable Msimang. You know, this is the last question I'm answering. If I were to say to you that there were men and women who are frontline workers in the various areas of the Command Council, from national departments, provincial departments, and municipalities, who worked almost 24/7 in our command center and different areas of the world. They were not based only at one place. From the army to the people who are part of the command council, who would not even have time to go home to eat, were at the start of the outbreak of the coronavirus, and right when we reached what is seen to be a peak in Gauteng, men and women who would only go home to go and change, shower, and change, not even have time with their families, risking their own safety, who will operate. The group is not me. It's not me. You know that we were doing most of the work with you over online. There are men and women from our health services, from our security services, from our emergency services. They meet, some of them are senior officials in various offices, including almost all the departments, who were, even when the infection rate was high, who were risking their health, working in the front line every hour up to midnight. And you are saying to me that we, facing with what we faced, those people should have gone back home to go and eat. When you deal with an emergency, these are not ordinary times. They are ordinary times where issues of catering, I don't entertain them. We say in government, we don't cater for this, we don't. When you run an emergency operation like military warfare, where you need every member of that team to be in that place, that's called the command center. Because if this piece is missing, if these ones are not there, if you are saying to me that was a waste of public resources to have made sure that those men and women who sacrificed, many of them, by the way, ended up getting infected with coronavirus. Fortunately, most of them recovered. There are some who passed on. it breaks my heart for someone who's a politician to basically what you are doing here, Honorable Msimang. It's not just you are not just asking a question of accountability. You are playing to the gallery, because you sat nicely at home all the entire period. You and I sat a lot at home myself, I can tell you, because I did most of the meetings on Teams, on Zoom. And we briefed you all the time you were at home. You and I had the luxury to be in our homes, so can eat in our homes. I can't find it in my conscience that I should have asked this cluster of men and women who did everything, who carried this province in the most difficult, and a lot of them are also senior health services and security services people who were meeting all the time there, that they shouldn't have food to eat. I should have sent them home. I can't do that. That's not leadership. That's what that's what the catering was about.
Point of order. Rule 89, please. It's Member Mabala.
Honorable Mabala, that rule, no, whoa, Mabala. That rule is
can I just get clarity? Because according to Rule 138, the premier question time, it should be a period of up to 45 minutes. And also 138 subsection C, the first question during any premier question must be asked by a member of a party and then the premier's party. So according to the rules, the 45 minutes has been exceeded, and Rule 138.3 subsection C has also been violated. Can Madam Speaker rule, please?
Your ruling is not applicable for now, and I hope the Premier has responded, because the Premier has a right to reply to all the questions that are raised by the House. If, for example, a question has not been put, I therefore need to rule. But in this instance, I cannot rule because the Premier was responding to the questions that were asked. Thank you, Premier. Are you done?
Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am done.
Please, I'm only allowing the Premier. Premier, are you done?
Thank you. I am done, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. We have only one question by Honorable Adams, but because it's only one question, I don't want to leave it to the next question date. I'm only going to allow Honorable Adams to ask the question and the Premier will respond. Thank you, Honorable Adams.
Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Premier, once again, good morning. Servant. Good morning, Honorable MECs, Honorable members, and our people of Gauteng. My name is Honorable Bishop Dalton Adams. Premier, at some stage, there was a training agreement, I think it was about 2 years ago, if my memory serves me correct, entered into by Reggio Emilio Cooperatives. I think this is an Italian connection or company, and the GEDD, with the GEDD. The Gauteng Economic Development Department was the facilitator between the Premier's office and the identified consumer cooperatives in Gauteng. My first question, Honorable Premier, is what is the detail of the memorandum of understanding between Reggio Emilio, the Gauteng Economic Development Department, and the Premier's office? 2, have progress reports been submitted to the MEC and to yourself in the Premier's office or your office? Can we have copies, if possible, of these reports, please? 3, what was the budget allocated to this project? Did Reggio Emilio commit to funding the project, and by extension, the identified cooperatives? These cooperatives finding themselves in Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg, West Rand, I think under Baobab. If so, how much was given? And ultimately, how much funding was provided to the cooperatives? Are there reports on how these funds were dispersed and how the money was spent? And lastly, Honorable Premier, What is the status of this project at this juncture? Thank you, Honorable Premier.
Premier, can respond.
Bishop, thank you so much for the question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be brief. On this one, Bishop, I will be brief. Let me just start saying that if you link to the as asked by Honorable Makurela, the transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization program and another important component, which is international relations strategy of Gauteng. So, in other words, the TMR had an element of how we should work with other cities in the continent, in the world, other regions, other states, other provinces, in order to promote all those things that Honorable Makurela was asking me about. The economic side, the social side of everything we're doing, the governance side, to work. So we have an international relations strategy, Honorable Adams, that guides us. What kind of international relation agreements can you enter with? And one of the things I did when I became Premier, it was agreed by EXCO that we must review all existing MOUs and sisterhood agreements with various regions and cities, and just bring back, say, every MOU or agreement must answer the imperatives of the TMR. In our case, now we're talking about the whole growing Gauteng together. That we don't want to send people all over just to have holidays or on a travel excursions to just go and see. There must be clear reason why we have an agreement with this city. What do we want to achieve? What is it in common? Which part of the TMR? Is it education? Is it health? Is it social development? We are learning from fighting poverty. Is it about cultural exchange? So Honorable Adams, so we signed, one of the MOUs we signed was Gauteng province together with a region in Italy called Emilia-Romagna. So Emilia-Romagna is a region, and in that region we have a municipality called Reggio Emilia. That's where your question comes in. Reggio Emilia is a city. Emilia-Romagna is a region like a province like us. We signed an agreement with Emilia-Romagna, the region, that it looks at cultural, economic exchange, including sports, including issues of cooperatives, learning from each other, but other sectors of the economy, including the training of ECD for our ECD practitioners. So this agreement we have with Emilia-Romagna is part of the quadruple agreement. So with other we are four regions basically. There's California State that has got an agreement with Emilia-Romagna, and Guangdong, California State in the US and Guangdong in China, that has got an agreement with Emilia-Romagna, and Gauteng in South Africa. So we have a quadruple agreement, and we are exchanging lessons on various issues, including, as I say, is economic, look at economic opportunities, its cultural ties, including sports, its social components, including issues of crime, dealing with development, dealing with education, dealing with child care and early childhood development. So just the summary of it is that the GGDA, which is our growth and development agency, signed on our behalf, on the basis of this MOU, signed this agreement on our behalf. But we also have other parts of the departments, and the municipality of Ekurhuleni also has a sisterhood agreement with Emilia Romagna. One component, you are correct, Bishop, is about the cooperatives, because Italy has got the longest traditions, some of the strongest cooperatives in the world that have grown. They are even, some of them are global businesses, but they are still in the ownership model cooperatives. Our education department has an agreement with an entity in Italy on the basis of this, about the training of early childhood development practitioners. They have been here. The Italians have come here, and I'll explain they come when. Our sports and culture departments runs what's called the OR Tambo Soncini Games. The Italians come here, bring school children here. They run. We get the best of our school sports people with education. The GGDA also, with its agencies, we have a project that's about the automotive industry in the West Rand at Chemdo, which was a bit delayed. The cooperatives that you're referring to, I even attended one of the training, Bishop, where the cooperatives are trained by the Italian cooperatives. We have in our province, we have cooperatives that are doing well in social development, and we have cooperatives that are also doing well in agriculture. The agricultural cooperatives are doing quite well in our province, and the DSD ones that do uniforms, they have had problems at one point. They are involved in our food programs. So those ones, they have been training, 2 training sessions for the cooperatives by their counterparts, exchange of experiences. There have been training sessions for our practitioners of ECD practitioners, but we also run a conference which is called.
Doing what? Was this Shelan?
Run a conference. These things
Sam, it's Tula Sizwe. Can you hear me?
These things take place in October.
Sam Soul, it's Tula Sizwe. Can you hear me?
We run a conference, Bishop, which is called the South Africa Italy.
Shelan, it's Tula Sizwe. Can you hear me?
Shelan,
it's Tula Sizwe. Can you hear me?
Tula Sizwe is messing us up.
Hello, 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 hello. Can anyone hear me?
Friends of Tula Sizwe.
Anybody?
Tula Sizwe, please. Please, Tula Sizwe. So Bishop, under the same umbrella, we also run a conference that brings CEOs of top companies. Some are South African companies. Other companies come from Italy, some from Southern Africa, different Southern countries. Others come from other European countries. We do this conference once every year. It used to be hosted in Cape Town. So under the umbrella of all these different things,
has been allowed to come in here.
we have been dealing with these issues. Bishop, you asked a question about getting money. In fact, the first thing is there are the reports that get submitted to the and the Premier.
ENCA is part of our meeting. We can't continue the meeting like this. ENCA is part of, and then they are inside our meeting. I don't know what's happening. It's here, the ENC, it's here,
No,
it's
yes,
here in
you
our
don't have-
meeting.
Honorable Mukwebo, you don't have to shout. Wait, we're attending to that matter.
I'm not shouting, I'm just raising it. That's how I speak, Speaker.
Say Tata, say attender.
No, we've got a problem here.
Honorable
But
Premier,
our meetings are not private. But our meetings are not private, they are open to the public. Our meetings.
Honorable Makubela were attending to the
Part
matter.
of this session.
Yes, they need to
Honorable
attend as
Makubela.
guests, not as members.
The media can't be part of this session.
Mukwebo, Siaguzo, we're attending to the matter, please.
Yeah, but what Honorable Makubela is talking about? What is he talking about?
Honorable Mukwebo, can you
is ENCA part of the legislature of Gauteng? No,
Yes.
it can't be correct, Speaker.
Vandile Masuku
You might
our sittings virtually.
Makubela must withdraw this statement. He's trying to portray to people of Gauteng that we are working with the media. We're not working with the media here. It's wrong.
What? Man, whoa, please. Can we behave? The ENCA was admitted erroneously and you are attending to the matter. I don't know why you are fighting. Please. Can you continue, Premier?
And I'm finishing, Honorable Speaker. So with regard to budget, because I know you asking specifically for cooperatives, Bishop, there was no budget allocated by the Italians or the provincial government for cooperative. The only thing was about training. So the training part of it, the Italians come on their own. They come here and we basically provide a venue, but we were not giving the cooperatives any money because you must remember that part of our procurement strategy, all the things I was talking about, the TM, the cooperatives are amongst the businesses that should benefit from our procurement policy by what they produce in whatever sector they are, by what they are capable of doing. They follow through a proper process. If they are doing school uniforms or they are providing food, so there was no specific budget for that, but various departments for all the different activities I was saying, whether it's the training of the good things that the Italians come here. We don't pay them for coming here. It's part of the exchange. We have an agreement with their region, and then there's the people from their city who do certain things. By the way, the background if you understand why we could do all these things is because during the anti-apartheid struggle, Oliver Tambo, the former president of the ANC, and as we all know, South Africans, one of the most eminent of our leaders, and he inspires a lot of what we call values of the ANC. Everything we say we must do right. He represented that in practice. He lived that in practice. So Oliver Tambo, as part of the international mobilization against apartheid, got the Italians to support the anti-apartheid struggle, to provide, working with the Mozambicans. The Italians were supporting Mozambique, they were supporting South Africa. So some of that comes from the struggle days. And then we post-apartheid, in many instances, we said, let's work on things that can benefit all South Africans. These games that are run by sports are wonderful. I see young people from all over the province, the best talent that we sent them. We sent 250 of them to Tricolor Games in Italy, where they played with other nations. And these are young people from all different backgrounds. I'm very proud of how they represent our province. The cooperative ones, the ones who are doing the work around the training of the practitioners, the economic ones, the one that focuses on trying to get value. EXCO has just received a report by independent evaluators who were saying that, yeah, there's lots of reason to continue this type of international relations and solidarity work that benefits various sectors of our society on different programs, strengthen our primary, and in fact, our ECD, strengthen cooperatives in our province, give them exposure. Those who are involved in the automotive, try to get black businesses in the automotive sector to learn to work with the Italian. Bishop, from that point of view, the funding for each of each department would host an activity related to them, but there isn't something like this is the budget for this. I know some of the cooperatives, Bishop, have had problems, even though they were trained. I know some of them have fallen by the wayside, but this is part of the struggle for businesses that come and go, small businesses. But what is the future of this? Because of COVID, we couldn't do anything this year. But it's one of those really people to people, business to business, and sector to sector, very comprehensive agreement that fits very well with the TMR, and in this particular case, growing Gauteng together. It's not just economic; it's also promoting sports and other activities. So, Bishop, I hope you're satisfied. We hadn't given money to the cooperatives themselves. Are we supporting them enough? That is the question I'm unable to answer, but I'm very interested. I can follow up on, is the Gauteng government supporting cooperatives enough? I am interested in answering that question, but I don't have the answer right now.
Bishop, as you are aware that we have run out of time for this session, you are the only one that is going to ask a supplementary question or make a comment. Over to you, Bishop.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Because of time, I'll just make a comment. Thank you, Honorable Premier, for your response to my question. Suffice to say, sir, or servant, I would really ask humbly, and I really endorse your last statements here in terms of how do we capacitate the cooperatives, because you know the tears and the pain of these cooperatives, because on my understanding and intelligence, Honorable Premier, is that these cooperatives were misled, as it were. I would ask humbly that the Premier's office would reconvene with these cooperatives and give them the right message of how you explained, but also, Premier, that we would try to revive them, to capacitate them, and to help them, so that we don't leave them by the wayside bleeding. We really need to make sure that they will feel part of what needs to happen in the Gauteng economy and the Gauteng government. Thank you, Honorable Premier. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Do you still want to comment, Premier?
Speaker?
I agree with Bishop. I'll follow up with him, and we'll get our team from economic development. I agree with him that if they were given a different information, I agree with him that we must support them and help them and ensure that they are assisted. It's the kind of economy I envision. And part of ensuring that nobody is left behind, is to have enterprises like cooperatives be part of significant player in our economy. Thank you.
Thanks, Premier. Can you now deal with questions for oral reply to the executive in terms of Rule 134, starting with Honorable Bloom? I know that he submitted an apology for late arrival. I'm not sure whether Honorable Bloom, are you in the house?
Chair, this is Member Fook speaking. I've been asked to deal with this question.
Okay, continue, Honorable Fook.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Regarding the appointment of Kabelo Lehlonya as Chief Financial Officer of the Gauteng Health Department, will the MEC please indicate, 1, what procedure was followed regarding her appointment? 2, what are the required qualifications and experience for the CFO post? 3, did she meet these requirements in every way? 4, were her claimed qualifications checked, bearing in mind that she allegedly claimed to be a chartered accountant, but there is no record of her registration as a CA with the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants? And number 5, was she the highest scoring candidate in the interviews? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Mama Bulo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. The reply to the question, question 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5 is that all the information relating to the reply to this question is contained in the Public Service Commission report. All the details are there, and it will not be correct and appropriate to reproduce that report. And the report is attached to the reply to the member. Thank you very much.
Any supplementary question, Honorable Fuchs?
Yes, please, Speaker. Thank you very much. It's clear that the MEC, the acting MEC for Health, doesn't want to answer this question. True to his nickname of Member Tap Tap. Can I just say, in terms of a statement in this regard, that this sorry saga of the appointment of the CFO, her resignation, and her alleged involvement in PPE corruption is characterized by lack of transparency on behalf of the Health Department and this administration. When she first resigned, this administration perpetuated the lie that she had resigned for personal reasons. Why would you do that when you knew she was involved in allegations of corruption? Secondly, the appointment of Lehlonya is a classic case of cadre deployment. And as we have come to know, some cadres are placed in strategic positions to achieve a particular political goal, or alternatively to manipulate tenders. It is imperative to find out who was the main driver of the appointment of Lehlonya, and were there any politicians involved. Lastly, Speaker, this matter stinks to high heaven, and I believe that there is much information that is currently being hidden that must be exposed to public scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable MEC.
Thank you. No comment, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The next question, Honorable Adams to MEC.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Akubela.
Yeah, well, I would want to understand because the DA seems to be very interesting. Honorable Jack Bloom, for the past 2 months or so, has been up in arms in defense of the CFO who has run away. So now they have turned around now. They seem to be the ones that are coming out to defend. So I want to understand, where do they stand on this matter? Thank you.
Order, Speaker.
Who's on the order?
Speaker, I'm raising order in terms of Rule 89. That matter, the MEC has responded and is closed. We should move forward. That is the problem that we have. Remember, in the beginning, we raised an order with regard to Rule 138, and you dismiss it without giving reason. And initially, you said to us, we can't state our member statement because we did not submit them in time. But you continue to violate the same rules. You have allowed the speaker to address us as if we are in SOPA here, using a discretion that you don't have, and you continue to do that. But then if it's done by us, we then complain and make some insinuation. It can't be correct. That matter is that he can't speak after the MEC when he has responded. Thank you.
I can see your anger makes you not to focus, Honorable Dwaba. Can you cool off? Because I was going to make whoa,
you even
don't.
My question.
Honorable Dwaba, your problem is that you want to speak when you are not appointed. You want to when you want to violate the rule, you don't want to listen to other people. Because I was going to make a ruling to say the MEC has responded by saying he was not going to respond to the issue. I thought the Honorable Nakubela was going to speak on the next issue, and therefore you must allow me to preside over this sitting, please. Let me call on Honorable Mabala to the MEC for Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regards to the report released by the Commission for Gender Equality, CGE, in February regarding forced and/or coerced sterilization on HIV positive black women at certain public hospitals in Gauteng and illegally limiting their reproductive choices, can the MEC please respond to the following questions? Number one, which other public hospitals in the province, except the ones investigated by the CGE, has the department identified to have performed this illegal procedure on the vulnerable and unsuspecting black women since enactment of the Sterilization Act 44 of 1998? Number two, how many women have since come forward to report cases of forced and/or coerced sterilization at Gauteng public health facilities after the release of this report by the CGE, and how has the department responded to them? Number three, how many health professionals and government officials from Gauteng Health Department had been implicated in this torturous and illegal medical procedure? In your response, MEC, please confirm if the National Department of Health has contacted the province following the CGE recommendations that internal investigation be completed within 3 months, and whether the implicated health professionals were reported to both the Health Professions Council of South Africa, which is the HPCSA, and the South African Nursing Council, which is the SANC, for further action. Number four, how many forced and/or coerced sterilization litigation matters has the department had since 1998? In your response, please indicate how many were settled out of court, the overall amount of settlements, and the number of non-disclosure agreements signed in relation to the out-of-court settlements. And number five, what action did the department take against health professionals and officials implicated in these litigation matters? The response must please indicate how the department plans to cover the cost of resources to facilitate reversal of this torturous and illegal sterilization where possible.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The reply to the questions number 1, 2, and 3 is that none. There's no information about that, or the information is zero. So with respect to those facilities, there's none information that came forward. And then with respect to 4, there's no litigation matter we have received. Number 5, there is no basis to take action against anyone because there's no such information. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mabala, do you have a supplementary question or comment?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I'm actually really disappointed in the response, but I'm not really surprised because Member Mababole has this tendency that when it comes to the health questions, he is not able to provide us with answers. And maybe the Premier must reconsider appointing someone who's going to make sure that our questions are answered. Because, Madam Speaker, now the MEC says question number 2 and number 3 from number 1 to number 3, we cannot answer that simply because there are no facilities. But the only question number 1 is speaking about facilities. Number 2 is speaking about the poor women who were forced to sterilize. Maybe this question was supposed to be answered by an MEC who is a woman, because maybe they will have that sympathy. Member Mama Bolo seems to be taking this matter lightly, and it's a serious matter because the bodies of these women were violated. Crime scenes were like their bodies are like crime scenes, and we need to get answers from the department, because funny enough, the MEC says they don't know anything about these matters, above matters that I've indicated. But the very same Department of Health responded to one of the complainants in an email, and they even threatened to take legal action to one of the women who came forward to report the Department of Health in Gauteng. So I'm very surprised, and I'm going to take it further, Honorable Speaker, because if there is a court order involved, how come the MEC doesn't know? Or maybe because he's going to say he's the MEC for Roads and Transport, therefore he doesn't know anything about health. Then maybe he must excuse himself, because I'm representing the poor women who have trust in the EFF. They send me here to say, Member Mabala, can you please go as the EFF? Can you please go and get answers from the department? Because we've been there several times. We've been to the National Department of Health. We've been to the Public Protector. And now MEC Mama Bolo comes here today and want to rubbish off these serious allegations. It cannot be, Madam Speaker. And also, I would like MEC Mama Bolo to send me the response that he has just presented in this house, because for me to ask him further questions, it will be a waste of time. And also it is painful because these women are waiting patiently for me to give them feedback later this afternoon. And MEC Mama Bolo comes here and provide nothing, Madam Speaker. It cannot be correct. Coerced sterilization was there. HIV, black HIV women in Gauteng were sterilized without their consent. They didn't know that they were sterilized. And now Member Mama Bolo comes here today and doesn't want to provide answers. But for can he please provide me with whatever he said today so I can take it further? Thank you.
Honorable Mabala, you pretend to be a champion of the rules and yet you violate the rules. You know that
I didn't violate the rules. I was giving a remark.
I'm ruling as a champion. You must listen to me. Champion, I'm responding.
Are you the MEC now?
Whoa. I'm saying, no, I'm ruling. You said I should rule, I'm ruling.
Are you the MEC? What are you ruling on? Because there's no point of order here. Can you just tell this house what are you ruling on? Because I was actually giving a remark to Member Mama Bolo. Are you now the MEC for health?
Point of order.
Can you please clarify this?
We're not in a toilet. Mabala noise, we're not in a toilet.
Maybe you are in a toilet.
Can you maybe you are trying to sing for your supper. Don't come and sing for your supper. Respect the rules of this house.
You must know your work. You must know your work.
Which rule are you raising on? Don't just howl here.
No, but Mabala must behave.
Don't just howl here. Which rule are you raising on?
We know you disrespect the speaker.
Order.
This howlers, ANC howlers.
Thank you. Let's have order.
These ANC howlers, this one speaker, they don't respect you.
They don't
respect you, speaker, these ANC howlers.
At all. They don't even quote the rules. They don't even quote the rules. They just howl.
They undermine you, speaker.
They undermine you.
You're the ones who are undermining.
What you're raising is not true. I know that what you are raising, Honorable Dwaba, you want to just score cheap political points. What you are raising is not true. My ruling is a
No, it's not like that, Speaker. No, it's true.
They must use the rule book. I spoke, I used the standing rules. They
True,
just
Speaker. They undermine you. We must tell you the truth.
Honorable Mukwebo, Honorable Dwaba, the ruling is you must make a short remark, not a speech, please. That was my ruling. Can we therefore allow Honorable MEC to respond?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members. I just want, for the benefit of the House, to clarify that the member has asked questions about which other public hospitals in the province, except the ones that were investigated by the CGE. Now we list those hospitals that were not mentioned by CGE. We list them in the and then it shows that. So the question has been answered as it was asked, is zero. There's no new information in addition to the one asked by the CGE. So that's the reply. If the member want information except the one that they've asked, they must ask a new question. We will answer it. But the one that has been asked, we have provided all the information. Thank you very much. No further comments.
We have concluded on the questions to the executive, as I am made aware that Honorable Adams has decided to withdraw the question PS014. We'll therefore continue calling the Chief Whip to present a motion without notice in terms of Rule 121. Honorable Chief Whip. Chief Whip. Honorable Chief Whip. I will try and call the Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker.
Oh, Chief Whip, yes. Yes, you're allowed to.
Yes, I couldn't hear. I was struggling. I was at some point not connected.
Okay. No problem. Continue. Rule 121. Can you present your motion in terms of Rule 121? Motion without notice.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry about the delay. I, member M. Kumalo, ANC Chief Whip, hereby table the following motion in terms of Rule 120 read together with Rule 121 as follows. Noting that the Gauteng political party funding, for the year ended 31st March 2019 is not in a program for the sittings today, the 1st of September 2020. I therefore request that the House resolve to add the Gauteng Party Political Fund for the year ended 31st March 2019 be added to this sitting of Tuesday, the 1st of September 2020 as an order of the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Any seconder to the motion?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second.
Seconding. All those in favor say yes.
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 Madam Speaker.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it.
Madam
The
Speaker.
motion is adopted by the House.
Madam Speaker.
Who's raising the issue? Is that Honorable Simanga?
It's Member Msimanga, Madam Speaker.
Responda manje kuma question.
Whoa.
And I think it's around.
Let's allow.
It's Member Mpisi. Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm just on a point of order and maybe procedure, because if you look at the today's program and the list, the order number 4 had already been included. So I don't know whether, was it really necessary for us to go through the process if it had already been included onto the program, or we should have started by doing that right at the beginning. Perhaps something that we can look at going forward, that something doesn't get it added onto the program and the speakers list if it hasn't been dealt with or actually agreed upon before the program is distributed.
No, if you listen carefully, it's about the report on the political funding. It's not about what you're raising now.
It is, ma'am. It's are you talking? I'm talking
Order
about the order number 4.
It's order number 1. Okay.
Order number 1 is the motion on insourcing, ma'am.
Whoa, please, Honorable Simang.
Madam Speaker, it's a point of procedure that I'm asking on.
Yes,
that we do things
saying
properly.
you are in order because the motion that the Honorable Chief Whip was presenting is about the Gauteng Political Party Funding Report for year ending 31st of March 2019, which is not the order for today. We are including it through the motion, and the motion has been carried. Can we continue then? Thank you. Can we? Yeah, we have to step away. Can you therefore, after the motion has been adopted, can I check if is there any member who wants to present a motion without notice? Any member in terms of 121? If there is none, can you therefore request the secretary to read the first order? Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The first order is Gauteng Political Party Fund report for year ending 31st March 2019. Thank you.
I'm now going to hand over to the next presiding officer, as I will be presenting now.
Thank you very much.
Unmute, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Unmute. Honorable Malbani, unmute yourself, please.
Madam Speaker. I was trying to get my.
Might be facing some difficulties.
Hello?
We're listening, Chair of Chairs.
Madam Speaker?
Madam Deputy Chair of Chairs, we can hear you. We can hear you, Chair of Chairs. The problem is you keep on muting yourself, but we can hear you now.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. I thought I'm the only one who's chairing, but I keep on hearing a male voice. Can I then request that the Speaker present her report, and we'll try and fix the other thing? Honorable Speaker, it is your opportunity to make your presentation, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Honorable Premier, Honorable Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson of Committees, Honorable Members of the Executive Council, the Deputy Speaker, leaders of political parties, Honorable Members, ladies and gentlemen, joining on different platforms that have been provided by the legislature. It is my great honor and privilege to table the audit outcomes of the political party funding for 2018-19 financial year. And it is very pleasing that the report we are tabling is once more an unqualified report with no matters of emphasis, what is generally referred to as a clean audit. It is pleasing that whilst there is generally a huge outcry about management and accountability for how the public purse is utilized, those charged with the constitutional mandate to ensure that resources are used for what they are meant to are able to lead by example. Well done to party leaders, their accounting officers, and support from GP administration for this achievement. For the good work that you are doing. Honorable members, we have a duty to ensure that we sustain the audit outcome to inspire confidence of the people in our democratic dispensation. Tabling the 2018-19 political funding audit outcome just 2 days ago on the 21st August was the birthday of one of the most influential artists of all time, which is Michael Jackson. Was born on the 29th of August 1958. It would have been his 62nd birthday 2 days ago on the 29th of August. The governing party's strong stance against corruption in all sectors, even if it occurs within its own ranks, as re-emphasized this week, brings an iconic song of Michael Jackson to mind. The song, Make a Change, speaks about being the change you want to see and starting with yourself. It says, I'm gonna make a change. It's gonna feel real good, gonna make a difference, gonna make it right. If I was able to sing, honorable members, I was going to do so. But Honorable Kanyile, you know me very well, that I only follow the song. The king of pop goes on to shout out, I'm starting with the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change, unquote. These words ring ever so true this week as we salute the governing party in South Africa, the African National Congress, for being the change they wish to see. The strong stance against corruption, even if it is within its own ranks, and the strong public sentiment this week that a war has been waged against corruption, starting with itself and then the rest of society. This strong and candid introspection takes immense courage and bears strong testimony that our country is indeed in safe hands. Yes, it is easy to blame, to be armchair critics, to lament and point the finger elsewhere, but to start with yourself and be the change that takes courage and is the essence of real leadership. Mr. President, thank you for your stance against corruption, for your leadership, for leading by example, and to start within the governing party itself, for your courageous leadership. We salute you. Mr. President, we are ready to become foot soldiers in the fight against corruption, theft of public resources, and greed. There must be no place for those who are corrupt in our society, whether in public or private or non-governmental sectors. Honorable Chair of Committees, the political party funding for represented political parties derives its authority from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which mandates the legislature to make financial and administrative internal arrangements that ensure support is provided in proportion to their representation to ensure that they deliver on their constitutional mandate. Political party funding is further given effect to by the Gauteng Political Party Funding Act, which is Act 3 of 2007, that stipulates how the fund should be administered. From 2017 already, the National Assembly resolved to establish an ad hoc committee on the funding of political parties with the primary mandate to inquire into and make recommendations on the funding of political parties represented in national and provincial legislatures with a view to introducing and, if necessary, amending existing legislation. The establishment of the ad hoc committee on the funding of political parties was to introduce a regulatory framework governing party funding. This included a number of legal challenges seeking to compel all political parties to disclosure their sources of funding by civil society organizations. Through intense public participation and stakeholder engagement, the committee resolved to repeal the existing public funding of represented political parties Act number 103 of 1997 and embarked on new legislation for tighter regulation and more transparency of political party funding in South Africa. The result was the Political Party Funding Bill, which was approved by the National Assembly in March 2018 and approved without amendment by the National Council of Provinces in July 2018 into the Political Party Funding Act number 6 of 2018. The Political Party Funding Act regulates 3 areas. 1, the annual disbursement of public money to political parties represented in the national and provincial legislatures through the Represented Political Parties Fund. 2, the establishment of a new multi-party democracy fund, which will accept private donations and disperse this to political parties represented in national and provincial legislatures. 3, the regulation of private funding donations to political parties, including requiring disclosure of all donations above an annual threshold by political parties and donors, and imposing certain restrictions on the source and use of such donations. Yet again, the key drive and full support for the development of the Act shows a well-functioning, mature democracy with oversight and accountability at its core. This is yet another accolade to the current governing party, under whose watch the Act was supported through to an enactment without any dissension. Honorable Chair of Committees, the purpose of providing public funding to political parties is to support those parties which aim to represent the interests of all people and the views of a significant national cross-section of the people. Parties which succeed in these aims and have to put forward a balanced spectrum of policies and organize and campaign on a wide geographical basis, offer a distinct kind of public service, thus warranting popular support. It is our strong view that political parties must be treated as public services for the same reason as other services whose products are ideas, political strategy and direction, and the renewal of the political interest. Further, public funding of political parties enables a basic democratic principle, that of equality, by leveling the playing field in the electoral game. As the Gauteng legislature, we firmly believe that an election is only fair if the electorate can make an informed choice, which choice should be informed by the unbiased knowledge of the extent of private funding a political party is exposed to and subsequently enjoys. Hence, the need for public funding of political parties is an essential component of deepening our maturing democracy. Without such transparency, the public will not trust the system and the parties will not have the confidence that the regulation is fair and well informed. Thus, the discussions of political party funding are indeed discussions intrinsic to democracy itself. Honorable Chair of Committees, this address reviews the progress made during the reporting year by describing the main financial achievements against the key financial objectives of the Gauteng provincial funding. Since the enactment of the fund, which progress has been made from a procedural and system perspective to ensure that there was compliance with prescribed regulation. In line with the Act, an amount of 80.9 million was allocated to the legislature, which amount was accordingly distributed to all parties participating in the GPL. The financial effect of this distribution is truly and accurately reflected in the annual financial statement of the fund. The main areas funded by this appropriation related to the development of the political will of the people, bringing the political party's influence to bear on the shaping of public opinion, inspiring and furthering political education, promoting active participation by individual citizens in political life, exercising an influence of political trends, and ensuring continuous vital links between the people and organs of state. The fund is well managed in accordance with the principles of good governance and accordingly is subject to the GPL risk management approach, fraud prevention policies, effectiveness of internal audit and audit committee processes. Thus, with the respect of the overall management of the political party fund and the strict controls we subject it to when audited by the Auditor General of South Africa, it was found to have been presented fairly in all material respects. The AXA had further found that all the evidentiary vouchers furnished to it by the GPL was sufficient and appropriate. No material findings were identified on compliance with the specific matters in key legislation related to the fund, and thus the administration of the fund by the GPL was found to be compliant in all matters on material aspects. Most importantly, AXA has found the fund and its administration and the management by the GPL to be sufficient and adequate in terms of the controls. The fund, its administration and management, the way the monies were received, apportioned, used, and reported against is well controlled and compliant with all relevant fiduciary regulations. Honorable Chair of Committees, in tabling this positive audit outcome, the audit outcome, had the above words been my own or those of the accounting officer, it could have been said that it may have been biased. However, with these conclusions being reached by the Supreme Audit Institution of South Africa, yet again it bears testimony that the GPL is extremely serious about oversight and accountability, both independently and by the public. And I want to show the report, Chair of Committees, as presented by the Auditor General's Office, and it is not our words. And we will circulate this report to all the members. Going forward, we will not rest in complacency, but we will continue to build our strengths and keep introducing additional mechanisms and innovations to ensure the credibility of our allocation, management, and administration of the political party funding. I wish to thank the accounting officer and the entire team GPL and all stakeholders involved in the robust management of the political party fund on a job well done, including political parties. In conclusion, as I have said, our prudent management of the fund is directly linked to the strength of our democracy and the centrality of our people. As a GPL, through managing the political party fund, we are one with the people of Gauteng, and thus to close off with the words of none other than Michael Jackson again, through his address on the audit outcome of the political party fund, we say to the people of Gauteng, you are not alone, we are here with you. I thank you very much and sincerely, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me also request that you move for the adoption of the report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I therefore move for the adoption of the report of the political party fund. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Is there any seconder?
Madam Chair, I second the adoption thereof. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Thank
Yes.
you very much. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Will the secretary please read the next order, the second order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The second order for the day is motion on insourcing of all security guards and cleaners within Gauteng Provincial Government in terms of Rule 121, read with Rule 117 of the Standing Rules.
Thank you very much. May I then call Member A. Chitangano to table and open the debate on the motion. Member Chitangano.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. In accordance with Rule 121A, read with Rule 117A, I, Honorable A. Chitangano of EFF, hereby introduce a motion on the insourcing of all security guards and the cleaners within the Gauteng Provincial, noting of community health workers by the Gauteng Department of Health, and the House refused to adopt and pass the law. 5 years after the motion was rejected, the Department of Health adopted this motion and started the process of absorbing it. For many years, been volunteering under a very difficult period. There are hundreds.
Member Chitangano. Member Chitangano. Please wait a minute. Is there a call for order? I keep on hearing some voices.
No, it's not. It's a Makubele there.
Oh, okay. Please continue, Member Chitangano.
There are hundreds, if not thousands, of security guards and cleaners whose services are still being outsourced by the Gauteng Provincial Government as well as legislature, despite the Premier's promise in 2017 that there will be no outsourcing of workers anymore in Gauteng. So these contractors pay their workers slave wages and dismiss them at a moment's notice. When such workers attempt to unionize to improve their working conditions, and the Gauteng Provincial Government cannot do anything about it, no interview. Believing that one, outsourcing like labor brokering is a modern day slavery. Workers are exploited under the roof of government department buildings because these contractors do not have their own policies on labor. Two, both the security guards and cleaners at the legislature and all government departments are not a temporary measure and shall be needed for as long as this. Therefore, call on the House to debate and vote that all contracts with companies that render both security guards and cleaning services at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, government departments, and entities should be immediately terminated and all workers be absorbed and permanently employed by the Gauteng Provincial Government with the full benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Member Chitangano. Can I then call upon Honorable Member Mabunda to please debate?
Thanks, Chair of Chairs, members, honorable members, the people of Gauteng. The creation of decent jobs has always been the political driving force for the government of the ANC. Our manifesto priorities outline vividly the overall strategic objective of transforming the economy to advance inclusive developmental growth path that create employment opportunities and decent jobs. Our
Member
GGT,
Mabunda,
yes.
Member Mabunda, just quickly adjust your gadget so that we can see your face properly, sir.
Am I okay? Thanks, Chair of Chairs. Therefore, any narrative that seeks to suggest that this provincial government does not take issues of decent work serious, that argument is disingenuous and unfounded and misinformed. This ANC-led provincial government has been and is still engaged in processes of ensuring that non-essential services are absorbed within various Gauteng government departments. The GPG has taken strategic decisions to in-source non-essential services, and this included at least cleaning services and security services. This has been done conscious of cost efficiencies with the aim of improved service delivery and achievement of our policy imperatives. We note that this process of insourcing non-essential services in all the GPG departments has not been implemented holistically. However, there are various aspects that must be taken into cognizance before the process can be completed across all GPG departments. Firstly, is that the department must develop a standard approach for the uniform implementation of the insourcing model across GPG. This will assist to ensure that consistency is practiced across the board and to avoid potential labor disputes. Secondly, is that insourcing must be informed by various related legislative frameworks and their regulations. And these include, amongst others, the Constitution of the Republic, the Labor Relations Act, the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, the Occupational Health and Safety Act, the Compensation of Occupational Injuries and Disease Act, Unemployment Insurance Act, Employment Equity Act, Skills Development Act, Public Service Act, and the recent Minimum Wage Bill of 2018. The above-mentioned legislations are critical for proper coordination and implementation in the insourcing of non-essential services. These also entail processes of reviewing departmental organizational structures to suit the structural adjustments. Our GPG has identified various positive multiply effects from the insourcing of non-essential workforce. It can assist and lead to an improvement in the provision of basic service delivery in areas where insourced workers will be placed. It also provides opportunities for economics of scale and efficiencies to increase the level of production with proportionate saving in cost. Furthermore, it provides better job and social security to workforce and the entire workers currently outsourced, addressing the social uncertainty and impact of outsourcing. With insourcing, we can further attain improved financial efficiency from expenditure on currently outsourced non-essential but key services. Through these processes, we can realize financial efficiency at the same time uplifting and changing the socio-economic status of our provincial citizens for the better. Hence, we are saying quick, die quick, Madam Chair of Chairs. We have seen what has happened in the city of Tshwane and the city of Johannesburg. We are on course with this process. We don't need a hasty approach. It can lead to clumsy decisions making and make us appear as irrational and unscientific. The ANC government has always been about implementing life-changing experiences for our citizens. We will continue to do so as long as we are a governing party. We have seen, for example, in the health department, the insourcing is continuing in the absorption of community health workers. We therefore, as the ANC, cannot support the motion as formulated. Thanks, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabunda.
Spell out.
Thank you very much for your input. Honorable Mabunda, can I then call Honorable Randall to please present your, to actually participate in the debate.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, the DA believes in the achievement of decent and conducive work conditions where the values of freedom, equity, security, and human dignity are upheld. A paper written by Lawrence Ntuli titled Creating Jobs Through Insourcing refers to two types of employment models that coexist in South Africa. And those are the ones that pay their workers a living wage, the real economy, and those that doesn't. And we call it the parasite economy. These models are prevalent in both the public and private sector. These models of employment have an enduring impact, particularly on workers and the economy. In the real economy, for instance, there are jobs that pay a decent middle-class wage, jobs that provide the income, benefits, and security necessary for robust participation in the economy as a consumer and taxpayer. It is the real economy that drives both production and demand, and that fills our tax coffers with the money needed for free higher education, maintenance of infrastructure, investment in research and development, etc. The parasite economy, on the other hand, exists where companies, large and small, cling to a wage lower than minimum wage business models. This includes non-standard of hiring workers such as casualization, outsourcing, and labor broking. In our economy, 6.6 million workers in South Africa earn a poverty wage. The fundamental question that begs for greater attention is that of what is to be done in order to enable these workers, maybe even more today, that can have real economy jobs, that is, jobs that pay a living wage and have other benefits. The cost of insourcing to employers will be negligible because it has already been budgeted for. It will also reduce unemployment, which is a source of political and economic instability. Speaker, these workers, especially cleaners and security officers, were thrown from one company to another every time their contracts came to an end. The elimination of the requirement of external service providers as middlemen will ensure savings by directly appointing these workers. Many a cleaning and security contractor flouted labor laws, and some did not even bother to pay their workers the minimum wage. On the 16th of September last year, the DA welcomed the almost 2,000 beneficiaries of the City of Johannesburg's Security Guard insourcing program. This was the second phase of the insourcing after the initial announcement of insourcing in May 2017. When the DA started the process, the ANC in Johannesburg tried their utmost to fight the insourcing of security personnel, and then again in March this year, when we became aware of the ANC's effort to reverse insourcing of workers who have now been enjoying security of employment and a market-related salary. Is this because they cannot loot the coffers as before, where tenders could be influenced to reward the corrupt and connected? This clearly signals how little they care for the insourced workers. But here's the thing, Madam Speaker, insourcing can be used as a political football at the expense of these workers. Security contracts have often been highlighted by the Auditor General as irregular appointments. So by insourcing security officers, the City of Johannesburg ended payments to the value of 700 million annually to politically connected security companies, with these companies receiving 3 times more in income than the security guards. The DA managed to turn this around and to put job security and a decent income in many a family's homes. We instilled in these workers a renewed sense of dignity. Insourcing can further assist in creating a culture of prudent financial management, especially at the current time when our economy is in a fragile state. We also noted exceptionally high claims for overtime worked by these outsourced security guards, but are not sure which percentage of the overtime claims they eventually received. Because so what is the main disadvantage of outsourcing? It involves handing over direct control over a business function or process to a third party, and as such, it comes with certain risks. For example, when outsourcing, you may experience problems with service delivery, which may lag according to pre-existing timelines or not meet expectations in terms of confidentiality and security, which again might be at risk. Lack of flexibility. The contract could prove too rigid to accommodate change management difficulties. Changes at the outsourcing company could lead to friction and instability. Outsourcing companies could go out of business. Premier Makura stated in his State of the Province address in 2019 that the Gauteng province had already started with insourcing and must recommend the insourcing of all cleaners. As confirmed by the HRD Nomfundo Chabalala from Provincial Treasury, to the Finance Portfolio members at a meeting dated 22nd of May this year during a discussion of the department's fourth quarter report. Speaker, the DA's MP Silje Brink said during an interview that in some instances this may benefit all South Africans, as some functions can only be achieved in-house. But it does not follow that all government functions can be insourced. There are functions that can be better delivered if they are indeed outsourced. The Speaker, government did not exist first and foremost for the benefit of those working for it, but for the benefit of all in this province. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Randa. Can I then call upon Member Maluleka from the EFF to please present your argument, sir?
Member Masemula, not Member Maluleka.
Oh, Member Masemula, my apologies, ma'am.
Okay. We are here today as the EFF to take forward the struggle for development and building state capacity as enshrined in our non-negotiable cardinal pillars of the EFF, as well as our founding manifesto. Today, we carry the mandate of cleaners and security guards to once again provide a way forward that will benefit the poor masses of our people, develop the state, and save money. Our provincial government also appoints consultants to develop strategies, write basic documents, reports, and plans. Essentially, what we have is a government that is run like a private company. As a province, we have indeed succumbed to the narrative that blacks do not have the capacity to govern their own affairs, and that we must be controlled by the private sector, which is dominated by white-owned private companies. A private sector that has no obligation to develop this province, but is motivated to bleed us dry of our resources. Inflated prices and corruption are one part of the problem with tenders. The other problem is that these companies make our people work under terrible conditions with long hours, no medical aid, and pay them below living wages. The fate of these workers is suffered by many other workers who have worked as contract workers in all government departments and entities. The question then becomes, what is to be done with the state of affairs? As the EFF, we propose here today that all government departments and entities, including this very legislature, abolish all tenders and insource workers on full-time basis. We have led by example with our councillors in some municipalities here in Gauteng sponsoring motions of insourcing of cleaners and security guards. Due to the intervention and leadership of the EFF, more than 5,000 security guards are insourced in Johannesburg and Tshwane municipalities with a salary of more than 10,000 rands per month. Medical aid, pension, and uniform. More than 1,000 cleaners are employed with a salary of 10,000 rands. Cleaners who used to be employed by private companies are now employed directly by the cities of Johannesburg and Tshwane. We have instructed EFF caucuses in all municipalities to engage in programs that will lead to insourcing of security guards and cleaners. It is reported that Johannesburg alone, service providers were paid well over 700 million on an annual basis. Each security guard earned a mere 4,000 rands per month with no benefits, while the security companies received more than 12,000 rands per month per security guard. This is modern day slavery and should not be allowed to continue. We are today putting forward this motion to this House to debating and voting so that the honorable members can do the honorable thing to adopt and implement with immediate effect. We call upon all of you present here today to unite in saving the money of the taxpayers and put an end to the exploitation of the workers by those private companies that are in business with the state. Let us unite to build state capacity and free the ruling party from the chains of tenderpreneurship. Building state capacity through the insourcing of workers is one of the many steps towards economic development. COVID-19 pandemic has presented to us a serious challenge where individuals and companies improperly and irregularly benefited through tenders. The pandemic presented an opportunity to criminals to enrich themselves at the expense of those mostly affected by the disease. As we are sitting here, there are people who are being investigated for corruption and who are facing possible jail terms as a result, contracts and tenders if found guilty. Just under our noses, we have Mafoko Security Company, which unduly defrauded the Emfuleni local municipality. A report by Comperio Consulting found that Mafoko was paid 57 million more. This indicates how corruptible this whole tendering system could be. At the legislature precinct, the Mafoko security guards are working under the very inhuman conditions. They are constantly being threatened with dismissals and are not allowed to unionize. Many have lost their jobs and been replaced illegally. They are not even allowed to be seen in the company of other legislature staff. Compliment. It is the responsibility of this august house to rescue them by enforcing our brothers and sisters who are putting their lives on the line to protect government property and assets. The Department of Health is currently insourcing the community health workers and giving them back their dignity. Insourcing is possible and must be implemented at all levels of this administration. Honorable members, let us for once do the right thing and vote to save taxpayers' money and give dignity back to those who are facing exploitation and hardship on a daily basis. These are our mothers, fathers, uncles, and brothers and sisters. I thank you.
Then I get
Is the member willing to take a question? Is the member willing to take a question? Is the member willing to take a question? Is the member willing to take a question?
Okay,
who gave you the right to speak?
Question.
Who gave you the right to speak?
Ma'am, are you willing to take a question, ma'am?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Kanyide. She's not prepared to take a question. Can you then call Honorable Member Hoffman? Honorable Hoffman.
Chair, it's Member Alberts. I think Honorable Hoffman has connection problems due to load shedding where he is. So if it's possible, just to give him a later opportunity if he comes back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Can I then call upon Member Diale to please present your arguments, ma'am?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, for the opportunity. Re ke simolole ka go dumedisa baagi ba Gauteng le maloko a palamente eno ya rona ya Gauteng Provincial Legislature otlhe. Madam Chair of Chairs, we are conscious that as we embark on the journey towards the Gauteng of our dreams, it is important that we do not leave behind the people of our province. COVID-19 has unraveled to all of us that we need to move with speed to ensure total economic emancipation of the people of Gauteng, especially the economically marginalized. For us to realize GGT 2030, there's a need to fundamentally alter how we capacitate the state and how we utilize state resources to advance the interests of the poor and the vulnerable, for them to be able to participate in the mainstream economy of our province and the country. The ANC-led government has, for the past 26 years, created an environment where millions of South Africans can participate in the economy of the country through various ways. However, it is important to know that a lot still needs to be done, especially if we are serious about making sure that more and more people take charge of their own destinies and uplift their standard of living. Amongst others, as the ANC, we are calling upon the Gauteng provincial government to speedily ensure implementation of all programs as adopted by this august house. For us to achieve safer and sustainable communities, men and women of our province should have access to job security and be able to participate in the economy. As the ANC, we are happy with the strategic decision taken by the GPG to insource non-essential services categorized as cleaning, security, gardening services, and any other support services. This is a significant step in the right direction and will help us in our project to eradicate inequality, poverty, and unemployment. Madam Chair of Chairs, insourcing of workers will improve provision of government services and will help us in our agenda of building a capable state to deliver social transformation. Madam Chair of Chairs, I would like to highlight to this August House that the motion before us was discussed and resolved on during the 5th administration, and therefore it was perhaps important for the 7-year-olds to, instead of reinventing the wheel, they should have asked for a progress report in this regard. As the ANC, we applaud the GPG for conducting assessment of non-essential services in order to develop a standard approach for the uniform implementation of the insourcing model for non-essential services across GPG departments and institutions. We are aware that most departments within GPG has started with the implementation of insourcing. However, we are not happy with the slow pace of implementation by the employer and call upon GPG to ensure insourcing speedily, and we also request a progress report in this regard. Madam Speaker, we also urge GPG to ensure that the framework on insourcing take into consideration pertinent legislation and regulations to create a conducive work environment for workers. Insourcing does not only reflect the decision taken by the ANC in Mangaung in 2007, but it is a realization that some of these services, while non-core, they are critical to the overall functioning of government and in building a capable state. Madam Chair of Chairs, the insourcing of workers in Gauteng provincial government institutions and departments is in line with ANC provincial Lekgotla resolutions on socio-economic transformation. That is, all government institutions should put in place measures to eradicate unemployment, inequality, and poverty. We are aware that GPG department has already started with insourcing. Therefore, we call upon the 6th administration to fast-track conclusion of this process of insourcing as a matter of urgency and make sure that resources are readily available to implement this initiative for the benefit of the working class and the poor. Chair of Chairs, I therefore put it to this House that there's no need to be reinventing the wheel on this matter, as it has been adopted previously and the GPG and GPL has started with implementation. We therefore recommend to the House that we get a progress report in this regard. Maphelo a babereki ba rona ba Gauteng a botlhokwa go rona ene le bona ke batho. Ke a leboga, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you very much. Woo! Can I then call upon Member Msimang? Member Msimang, please present your argument. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair of Chairs. Madam Chair of Chairs, please allow me to start with a quote by Pope Francis, who said, "There's no worse material poverty than one that does not allow the earnings of one's bread and deprives one of the dignity of work. Youth unemployment, informality, and the lack of labor rights are not inevitable. They are the result of a previous social option, of an economic system that puts profit above men. If the profit is economic, to put it above humanity or above men is the effect of a disposable culture that considers the human being in himself as a consumer good, and which can be used and then discarded," close quote. Madam Chair of Chairs, 2 years ago, this House met to discuss the insourcing of community health care workers. Today, we are once again debating a motion on the insourcing of workers, specifically that of cleaners and security personnel who are contracted by outside companies by the Gauteng provincial government, and indeed other spheres of government in Gauteng at a local level, at a national level as well. As the DA, we do support the insourcing, but this has to be done in the correct manner. It has to be transparent. It has to also ensure that there is no corruption involved, and that also nepotism doesn't become the order of the day. Insourcing of workers is critical if we want to afford everyone the opportunity to live a dignified life. By doing this, we are ensuring that the insourced workers have access to pension fund and are afforded a better basic salary. Given the complex history that South Africa has, the insourcing of workers is a step in the right direction. If the ruling party is indeed committed to giving everyone a better life, then we are indeed in support. One, where they are able to afford dignified housing, have access to better health care, and are able to have to save for the day when they will retire. Furthermore, they will also be given job security and cannot be dismissed at a moment's notice, as we have seen happening time and time again. So it is therefore, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair of Chairs said, that we live in a society where corruption has become the order of the day, where power only is for its own sake and to reach themselves and not to uplift the communities which they serve. Previously, when we debated this motion, my colleague in the legislature made reference to the complex society we live in, gave reference to the apartheid history and that of the ANC legacy that has led to millions of jobs that has been, or millions of South Africans that have been left unemployed. And thanks to the corruption that has been taking place, the disinvestments that have been taking place, but also to an educational system that has left so many of our people unemployable. The EFF's motion makes reference to the hundreds, if not thousands, of security guards and cleaners whose services are still being outsourced by the Gauteng provincial government, as well as the Gauteng legislature, despite the promise by the Premier in 2017 that there will be no longer any outsourcing of workers in Gauteng. There has been some progress on this since then. Premier Makhura, during his State of the Province address last year, indicated that they have started insourcing some of the workers who previously worked for outside companies. We therefore want to then say to you, Madam Chair of Chairs, that we want insourcing to be done, as it will also save millions of rents that are kickbacks that officials and some politically linked personnel are used to in this modern day and age. As Ntate, the former president, has said, that sometimes tenders are issued not for the benefit of the people, but because it has to benefit those that are within the ruling elite. We want to make sure that we stop somehow the insourcing, as it will indeed help us reduce the cost, but also ensure that government money is actually then released for other programs as well. So we want to say that this has to be done in a responsible manner. It cannot be done to the benefit of the few, but also it cannot be done for political expediency, but it has to be done so that it is, at the end of the day, ensuring that millions of South Africans and hundreds of thousands of those that are living in Gauteng will be the beneficiaries, not because they are card-carrying members, but because the system would have allowed them to progress in a fair process. So the DA is in full support of this motion, but this should be done in a fair and open process where nepotism, cronyism, and cadre deployment is not the order of the day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Msima. I therefore call upon Honorable Member Adams to please present his argument.
Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs, for the privilege and for the honor to debate the insourcing of securities and also cleaners. Madam Chair, I think it was in 2011, if my memory will serve me correct, that the Youth League of the ANC actually voted a resolution that the governing party must insource. From where I stand, Chair, I think I need to emphasize in the 2 minutes that I have is that the time is fast spent. The time is fast spent with regards to insourcing. And I want to say to you, Honorable Chair of Chairs, that what happens when people are left out in the bigger scheme of things when it comes to the economy, we are really many years behind. And I think the Gauteng government has done a lot. But we want to say what the Honorable Oliver Tambo says, the late Oliver Tambo said. He said opposition is not necessarily doing everything wrong. And I want to say today that I, as from the ACDP perspective, want to support this motion brought to this illustrious house by the EFF through Honorable Member Chitangano. I want to agree with the motion that contractors pay their workers slave wages and dismiss them at the moment's notice. Premier said today when he was answering Honorable Makubela that poverty wages must not be part of what we do in this dispensation in the sixth administration going forward. So, Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Freedom Charter lastly says the people shall share in the country's wealth. As we start Heritage Month, the Freedom Charter says the heritage of all South Africans shall be restored to the people. It is my call, my plea that it be restored. We as the ACDP will support this motion today brought by the EFF. Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Adams. Then call upon Honorable Chilwane to please present his arguments. Honorable Chilwane.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Chair of Chairs. No, this system has been disappointing me, but I've got my video on. But nevertheless, let me proceed for time's sake. Thank you. Let me begin by greeting yourselves by the legislature, by the Gauteng, Madam Chair of Chairs. Since 1994, the ANC government has done a lot to improve the quality of lives of the millions of our people, restoring their dignity which they previously were denied. This has been done through improving access and provisions of basic services and amenities. In the words of Joe Slovo, I open quote, our fight must primarily be a political struggle with revolutionary goals. Chair of Chairs, along with our government's commitment to restoring dignity of our people via the provision of service, we have also highlighted the triple challenges of inequality, poverty, and unemployment. It is in this context that the nobility of the ANC's position on this lofty human dignity ideals should be viewed. Owing to the founding principle of our organization, the ANC has sought to advance the rights of workers and protected the vulnerable workers through progressive labor legislations, shunning capitalistic tendencies of worker exploitation. Chair of Chairs, it will therefore be a misnomer to call the ANC anything less than a caring people's movement that is against insourcing. Chair of Chairs, insourcing provides workers with a living wage, fringe benefits, and opportunities which are seen as pegs to employment in South Africa. This assists workers to develop and progress out of their circumstances. If done effectively, as they say, the devil is in the detail. Insourcing assists organizational stability, projects a positive public image, and increased trust between both internal and external stakeholders. Therefore, with insourcing, Honorable Chair of Chairs, will result in job security, better wages, and better wages, obviously, the economic spin-off, purchasing power, and that will result in economic growth. Therefore, these results of job creation and better income and other benefits, it will also seek to reduce unemployment. The act of creating employment opportunities and hiring people directly within government structures as opposed to hiring companies who would in turn hire the individual, conventionally known as insourcing, is indeed at the center of caring people's movement. Unlike the apartheid government's prejudiced employment policies that swell the ranks of administration with predominantly unskilled and unqualified white workers at the expense of the indigenous majority. It is common knowledge that the world economy is facing major challenges leading to increased unemployment, even in our country where this is currently hovering at around 31%. It is also public knowledge that unemployment varies dramatically by race in our country, with Africans facing rates of around 41%, while whites are sitting at around 6%. Surely this is a skewed picture to be aligned or readjusted at some point. The duty falls on our shoulders, honorable members. Through the planned insourcing, the ANC hopes to achieve the virtues of dignity and inclusivity for those who will benefit from the opportunities extended, and majority of whom are Black Africans by historical design. Therefore, the ANC would want to clarify its position on the matter of insourcing, that we agree with the principle of insourcing, and we have demonstrated the intention with the Provincial Department of Health insourcing over 8,000 community health workers and other departments such as REC. And there's also a process currently in place in the legislature with regard to insourcing. But the said EFF member, Stangano, to this, however, in a desperate attempt to score a phone call from the CIC, he then brings this ill-conceived motion for voting as a desperate attempt to portray this liberation movement as an opposer to insourcing. We therefore reject the motion as it's written, the way they're written, the immediate written, but we agree with the idea of insourcing because we're currently implementing it in our provincial government as well as in the legislature and in the municipalities that are led by the progressive ANC in our region. This motion, honorable members, seeks to mainly to destabilize, firstly, the process undertaken by the GPG and the legislature with regards to insourcing some functions. Secondly, to destabilize or rather plunge the fiscus, as they did to Mashaba, who ran like a thief in the middle of the night after he realized that he can no longer afford to pay wages and lie and say that he's resigning because there was a white lady who was a party leader. But further, he ran away from the corruption he did with the EFF in Johannesburg. Lastly, this motion demonstrates that the EFF and the DA have no idea of governing. They have no, it demonstrates their incapacity and lack of experience in government. The reality is that if the people of Gauteng and the country can take a risk of putting this inexperienced individuals in government, we will reverse to beyond apartheid. So clearly the ideas are impractical, never, even worse. Chair of chairs, I chair the portfolio of education. Even the learners that we are working with can come up with much better ideas and motion than the one that is brought by the EFF, which is quite desperate and really lacks no science in it. Therefore, as the ANC, we are clear with our intention, we are organized, we will implement insourcing correctly with a process because we believe in human dignity, Chair of Chairs. We say this because we have been advocating for workers' rights, we have been enacting pro-labor legislation, and we've recently introduced the national minimum wage, which seeks to move out 6.6 million, as Honorable Randall said, out of poverty wage levels. And this shows the intention of the ANC in creating a sustainable, creating a prosperous South Africa for all. Chair of Chairs, in creating this South Africa, decent jobs and human dignity are at the center of the ANC policy and interest. Therefore, unlike other people, can I not be disturbed? Tilon Quincy must be rejected, Chair of Chairs. But unlike other people who ought not to be reckless in our approach, no grandstand, as implored by Amilcar Cabral when he said, open quote, tell no lies, claim no easy victories, close quote. The ANC-led government in Gauteng province has been moving swiftly, correctly in implementing insourcing for some function properly with process in place to ensure that it becomes sustainable. To avoid, Chair of Chairs, I'm being disturbed. So Chair of Chairs, I'm being disrupted.
Honorable Member Chilwane, you.
Okay, thank you.
Can a member take a question?
I'm not. With what you said.
Point of order. Chair of Chairs, point of order.
Who are you?
My name is Honorable Kidiboni Diale.
Okay, Honorable Diale. Chilwane, can you please sit down? Honorable Chilwane, come in. Diale, please come in.
No,
Chair,
which rule is she
the
rising on,
individuals
Chair
in
of
this
Chairs?
house who are
Which
calling
rule
people
is
to
she
stand
rising
out,
on?
can they
We are
be
not in
called
the
to order,
municipality town
please,
here.
Honorable Chair? Thank you
Which
very much.
rule is she rising on?
Okay, can
We
I
are not
have
in the
order in the
municipality of
House?
town here. We raise with rules here.
Honorable members, particularly the ones that have come up with the motion. I'm sure you want your motion to go through, but ill behavior is not going to assist you in making sure that your motion comes through. Can you please respect other members whilst they are speaking and listen to them as they did listen to you when you were presenting? Honorable Chilane, please.
Chair of Chairs, can the member take a question?
Who are you?
Malesela, Lidwao.
Malisela, okay.
Chair of Chairs,
Honorable
can
Chilane, are you willing to take a question?
Maybe get a maraba.
Are you willing to take a question, yes or no? No.
Chair of Chairs,
Okay, let me take, I will take it, Chair of Chairs.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable member, you can ask the question.
Chair, I wanted to find out from the member if he's aware that this motion was brought to the attention of the legislature before and the ANC has rejected it. And secondly, I wanted to know from the member as to how does he understand, what is his understanding with regard to outsourcing? Because in the beginning, these workers were insourced and ultimately the ANC outsourced them. What was the rationale behind that for the ANC to outsource them? Thank you.
That is a policy question, which I doubt it can be answered by the honorable. Maybe the speaker is the one that is responsible for responding to that, as the person who's responsible for the legislature. I'll therefore, Honorable Chilane, to please continue with it.
Chair of Chairs.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Member Macheke, can I be noted after Member Chilwane?
Member who?
Member Macheke.
You want to ask a question?
No, in terms of Rule 7.5, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Mateke. I'll give you an opportunity after Member Chilwane. Member Chilwane, please continue the debate. Don't answer the question, sir.
Okay, no, I thought I was going to say that other members must avoid going to circuses. You know, sometimes we'll start behaving like a clown indirectly, not realizing it. With that said, Honorable Chair of Chairs, we as the ANC have said, as I've said earlier, that we reject the motion as it's been written, but not the idea of insourcing, which it is a resolution of many of our conferences, and we have implemented it. We have implemented it. We are implementing it in GPG. So with that said, Chair of Chairs, that we should close, as I close, Chair of Chairs, that the dignity in insourcing is about job security, sustainability of our nation, and job security is about workers' rights, and which is about human rights, and which is about universal rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Can I call up 7.5?
Yeah, selling the people of Timbi are sell out.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's Member De Lange, if I may speak.
You are not on the list, ma'am. You are not on my list.
No, I'm not. I just want to remind you that Honourable Alberts will speak on behalf of Honourable Member Hoffman. He is without electricity.
Okay, fine. Let me allow Honourable Matseke and then immediately after that I'll ask Honourable Alberts to come in. Please continue, Honourable Matseke.
Thank you.
7.5. It's Rule 7.5. Member Chilwane take a question.
Honourable Mabala, no one said you must speak. Please keep quiet. I'll give you an opportunity to speak. Can you please
No problem. You don't have to shout. No problem.
Matseke, please speak.
Thank you.
Matseke, please speak.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. I'm raising in terms of Rule 77.5. Chair of Chairs, having listened to the debate, I want to move
in terms of Rule 117, Sub-Rule 2, subsection F, that the House amend the resolutions of the motion as follows: that we allow the Gauteng Provincial Government and GPL to table a progress report on insourcing of both security and cleaners, as it is clear that both GPG and GPL are currently in the process of insourcing these services, and that the House amend the motion and the resolutions thereof to read as such: that both the GPG and GPL provide the House with progress report on insourcing, and the motion be noted instead of decided upon through a vote. Therefore, I move for the amendment of the motion in terms of Rule 117, Sub-Rule 2F. I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matake. I will be asking the proponent to respond to the debate and also respond to the proposal. Let me then give Honorable Alberts an opportunity to speak on behalf of Honorable Hoffman. Thereafter, I'll give it to the proponent.
Madam Chair, it's 77.5 on Honorable Chilwani, please. Can he take a question?
Is that Mabala?
Yes.
Okay, Honorable Mabala.
Can Honorable Chilwani take a question?
Honorable Chilwani, are you willing to take a question?
No. I said, Chair of Chairs, Chair of Chairs, what?
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chilwani. Honorable Mabala, he's not willing to take a question. Honorable
I thought it's smart because he's afraid of questions from the EFF.
Honorable
healthcare workers, it comes from the EFF.
Order, Mabala.
Mabala. What's up? What's up?
Okay, ask the question.
You didn't ask him about the letter of Tony Ngeni.
Mabala.
Want to know about the letter of Tony Ngeni?
Honorable Albert.
He says I can proceed.
Thank you.
He says I can proceed.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Honorable Albert,
Chilwani. That's what he said. He said I can proceed.
Amen. Mabala Batu. I thought no means no. And no can mean
no, Chair of Chairs. He just agreed. He just agreed that you will take the question.
Don't tell me about the side discussions that you had with Honorable Chilwani. I'm talking about where I asked him a question and he said no. And no means no. Can we respect that? Let's continue with the debate.
So the letter of that is not addressing.
Please continue, sir.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. We are concerned about the abuse taking place with regard to outsourced employees. However, insourcing of workers as a principle, while the state is broken, simply does not make sense. The ANC's version of socialism, where everybody gets paid for doing little bit of nothing, and where effort and achievement is not rewarded, but rather penalized, has broken the state. The government's purpose is to create favorable conditions for job creation and not to employ every living soul within state departments. There is no endless supply of money and wealth in South Africa, and the fact is that the state is actually bankrupt. Gauteng is an economic death spiral, and taxpayers are already overburdened by paying for these public servants exorbitant salaries, at times 34% more than the private sector. Tender systems should ensure that employees of contractors are properly paid. Slave wages should be addressed there. We agree that there is corruption with contracts and the awarding thereof, but they should be remedied and sorted out. The state should not simply just employ people because it cannot sort out the tender processes and the corruption in the awarding of these tenders. Therefore, corruption and poor contractual management systems are causing harm to the people in the security and cleaning services, not the process of outsourcing. This needs to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chitangano, please respond to the debate, sir. And please note that you only have about 2 minutes to do that.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The people of Gauteng today have seen how hypocritical the African National Congress is. And it does not really care about the plight,
Don't lie
of our people. They say this, they act differently. They promise, they do not deliver. This motion is a motion which seeks to advance the plight of the dejected masses of our people. And the African National Congress-led administration is definitely not wanting to see the lives of our people being improved. And the people of Gauteng must see the ANC for what it is, a hypocrite that does not care about their living conditions. In regard to 117F, which Member Mateke has suggested to amend this motion, as the proponent of the motion, I reject, and I still speak on Rule 1171, that the House should take a resolution on it through vote. I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Okay. Since this motion was for debate and voting, may I first check if there is a seconder to the motion?
Chair of Chairs. Chair of Chairs.
Yeah.
Chair of Chairs.
Yes, Honorable Willie.
Yes, Chair of Chairs. I was expecting you to rule on what I could have tabled as a counter motion with regard to 117 that I tabled, and you've indicated that you will rule after the proponent will have responded. So I was waiting for you.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for finding me, sir.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's Honorable Paul Malema here.
Yeah.
Chair,
Honorable Malema.
Chair of Chairs, just before Honorable Malema.
The House, I want to arise to second the counter proposed motion as presented by Mateke to this House.
But I've not presented the motion yet, sir. There is a proposal. Yes. There is a proposal. Honorable members, please, can you listen, please? There is a proposal to amend the motion by Honorable Mateke. I want to check with the House if there is any seconder to the proposal. Any seconder to the proposal?
But before you do the chairperson,
No. Before you do that,
What's happening now?
Before you do that, the proponent has put the question which we need to second first. Don't play politics of ANC here.
Mukwebo, your caucus is collapsing. Please lead. Lead your caucus.
No.
You can't all speak at the same time.
Before the Chair of Chairs continues, Honorable Stangano put a question whereby we need to second what he proposed to the House. That's what we are saying.
Ask a question if there was a seconder to Honorable Chitangano's.
Yes, there is a seconder there. Yes. When we submitted that motion, I even second, and then I seconded even when we submitted the motion. I second even now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I'm not sure why are you fighting.
There's no fight here.
There is also a proposal to amend the motion. I've given the proponent an opportunity to present, in the members an opportunity to agree or disagree to the motion, and that has been agreed to. I am now putting the question to the House if there is any person who agrees to the recommendation by Member Mateke to change the motion, the recommendation on the motion. Anyone who agrees to
Chairperson, I
the
support.
amendment of the resolution.
Chairperson,
Yes, Honorable
Chair of Chairs.
Why behave again with Madikarata, man?
Chair of Chairs.
Tava vote, man. Our voting. Tava vote.
It is your chance.
No, it doesn't work like that. This motion, it's for Rule 117. It doesn't.
Mabala, ukilo aba speaker sako kai. Mabala, ukilo aba speaker kai when.
I'm giving
Mabala Mashiru was right about you. Mabala Mashiru was right about you. Mashiru told us about you before she was exited.
This motion was supposed to debate.
Mabala.
Mabala.
Mashiru was right.
Mabala, be orderly. Be orderly, Mabala.
Explain to all of us why you did not come back, Mashiru.
This thing that you do will make you leave this house like Mashiru did.
Chair of Chairs, control the House.
Mashiru explain to us why they left you out of the list.
We don't care what Chair of Chairs, control the House.
Chair of Chairs.
Our motion was adopted by the programming that we are going to vote. There's no amendment yet.
It was adopted in the
Chair of Chairs.
Chair of Chairs. You don't have to. Chair of Chairs.
We are going to vote. We are adopted in the programming. The motion is such.
Chair of Chairs. I'm the proponent of this motion.
Chair of Chairs.
Chair of Chairs. Chair of Chairs. I'm the proponent of this motion.
Hassan here. I just want to call an order.
Honorable members.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. There is a recommendation on the floor. Can you respond to that recommendation?
Rejected. We
reject to respond. Are you seconding the recommendation?
No,
Yes,
procedure is not that. It's incorrect. No, the procedure doesn't allow that. We adopted this motion in the programming committee that we are going to vote.
I'm rejecting the amendment because I'm the proponent of that motion. Therefore, this cannot right.
Thank you, Member Azwi. Right.
The rules allows for us to counter a member's dangano. You are not the arbiter.
No, there's no notice which you raise. There's no notice which you raise, Mateke. There's no notice which you raise.
Rule 117.
Why are you scared that you must vote?
There's no notice which you raise.
Thank you very much.
Chair of Chairs, can you subject this to vote?
Okay, we have two. We've got a motion and two recommendations.
Chair of Chairs.
Chair of Chairs, there was no notice which Member Mateke raised to the House. There's no notice.
Since you can't rule on this, it's not allowed. You must go to the committee and ask your advisors to advise you on this. It's not allowed. You cannot amend it now.
Mabala. This is not your meeting, Mabala.
We're not going to agree to be bullied by you, Chair of Chairs. There was no notice which was raised by Member Mateke here. And in the programming committee, we adopted this motion that we are going to vote.
Man, shut up, man, and read the rules.
You must have Shut up.
Shut up. It's
Shut up.
unparliamentary when.
This my father must go back to school.
Where is the notice which you are talking about? There's no notice which member Macheke raised here.
Can I ask the staff to switch off Honorable Mabala's mic, as well as other honorable members who are not going out?
Chair of Chairs, order.
Can't hear you. Can you unmute?
Order, Chair of Chairs. I want to rise on Rule 89.
Mabala, I am going to switch off your mic as long as you continue behaving the way you do. So I've asked the officials to switch off your mic because you're not Okay, can we have Honorable Mabala's mic and Malisela's mic switch off, please?
No, Chair, you're out of order. Lesego is conducting our meeting and other AC members, you are quiet about it. That is incorrect. You cannot start this.
Last week. Yeah, to me, it's not correct. You did the very same to me last week.
Thank you very much.
Point of order.
Honorable members.
The matter is ruled.
Point of order.
Yes, the secretary, I therefore request that the secretary should
Point of order. Point of order, Chair.
Secretary,
Order.
Who are you?
Malisela, point of order, Chair.
Yes,
Can I
Dr.
read?
Malisela.
Chair.
What? Yes, what is that? Yeah.
I wanted to say Rule 117. The amendment should have been done before it was presented here. There is provision for Rule 123 where a member can do it without notice. And in this case, it was not applied and is not appropriate. Therefore,
117F, amend the motion before the House.
Sure, leader.
The approval of the presiding
Madam,
you've already provided.
Madam Chair of Chairs,
Madam
we
Chair of
can't
Chairs,
allow,
can
we
I
can't
rise
allow
on
these
Rule
rascals.
89?
We can't allow.
Madam Chair, can I rise on Rule 89 on a point of order?
Yes, Chief Whip, you can speak.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, the latter speaker from the EFF is correct. Member Macheke stood up on Rule 77.5, but also mentioned the Rule 1, the rule with a notice without a motion without notice. The problem was he could not complete speaking, Madam. And if the House want to insist on that, we can give Member Macheke that opportunity so that he complete his proposal, because you can amend before the House through the notice without motion.
117F.
Point of order, Chair. You are done. Member was done. Opportunity to this issue.
Can you
You are-
check 117F? If he can't do that, well, the rules do allow him to do the to make the amendments.
Exactly. Thank you.
But Chair, you're out of order.
Can you check?
Chair,
Who's
can
saying
I
I'm out of
Can I
order?
raise point of order?
Watching that,
Chair, it's
you
Member
are
Ramuli
also
for here.
abusing us in terms of amending the rules within the House.
Chair-
It's not allowed. The
Chairperson,
motions are the same.
can I be recognized?
It's been debated up.
Honorable Kume, you are recognized. Honorable Kume. Ramulipo. Guys, are you all gone?
Sasakhona.
Honorable Ramulipo. You call for order.
He has run out of data. He doesn't have data.
Okay. Honorable William Ateke, can you please read out your recommendation? You are recognized.
No, we can't allow it now because he was given.
What rule, Chairperson?
117F. 117F, I've indicated that Rule 117F do allow him to make that recommendation. Honorable Mateke.
Thank you. Thank
You was done. He finished.
I was not done. Let's respect each other, comrades. I raised with regard to Rule 77.5 in order for me to speak. I then mentioned Rule 117, sub Rule 2.
Now and then he
and then in my
77.5. 77.5 doesn't allow this, Madam Chair.
Can you learn to
Please
listen?
do their job.
Mabala, learn to listen.
Recognized, and she should be muted.
We are not going to allow it.
We are not going to be bullied by Member Mabala, presiding officer. Can
you to come here and make your content?
Mabala, you are going to live like Mashiro has left, you know? This thing that you are doing is career limiting to yourself.
Really?
You are too excited, Mabala.
Mabala, this thing that you are doing is career limiting to yourself.
Can you mute Member Mabala, please?
We're busy drinking there.
Mute Member Mabala, please.
We're busy drinking some cheap alcohol. I'm proposing to the House that we amend the motion and its resolutions based on Rule 120 and 123. That's what I submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Is there any seconder to that recommendation?
Chair of Chairs.
Yes, sir.
Member Modise here.
Yes, Member Modise.
I rise to second what Member Mateke has proposed, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Modise.
There's a person who keeps on removing us here.
I don't know. How will I know?
No. It's a deliberate move. We are being removed, coming back. It's a deliberate move.
But it's not true. You guys are lying.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msimanga.
Yes, it's the truth.
Chair of Chairs, I want to record it.
Please come in.
Yes, ma'am. I want to put it on record that 5 of my members just put on our group now that have just been removed from the meeting.
Yes, it's true.
Can I please ask that this be addressed?
Yes. So
member Ramli for just sending me.
With nonsensical attitude which they are giving us here. And we're not going to tolerate that nonsense.
Man. This is not your city.
People removing us, coming in and out. They are removing us, coming and out. You think we're playing
Honorable Chair of Chairs, 7 of our members are complaining that they are struggling to connect.
Chair of Chairs,
7 of our members are complaining that they are struggling.
You recognize me. Can I please finish the point that I was making?
Okay. Yazini spring, so ungamangali baba, please continue. Yabona spring asitana amabloma cala vele ehlahleni kuba so. Honorable Msimanga, please start.
You are referring to Member Mabula. That's why
there's an idiot here. I'm sorry to say this, but there's an idiot here. We are getting paid by public payers here to come and do a job. Somebody just removed me from the meeting. Right now, I even just got the screenshot of that. That is just not on. We are not here to play here. Can please people behave themselves? We are here to work here.
There is nothing special about you. All of us are struggling to connect due to There's nothing special about you. There's nothing special about you, Soli.
You are collapsing your own motion.
The only thing that you are special. All of us are struggling to
members. You are collapsing your own motion.
Chairperson, we can't be blamed for other people's bad data connection.
Yes.
There is no chief whip in this legislation because
this is not your legislation.
You are collapsing your own motion. You are collapsing your own motion. You will allow us to proceed, then we will be able to deal with the issues.
We adopted this motion as it is in the programming committee.
You know, my children are listening to you guys. Please.
Yes.
Can you behave? Thank you very much. We'll now move. There is a proposal, a motion by Honorable Chitangano that we need to vote on, but there's also a recommendation for amendment by Honorable Matseke that has been seconded. So we'll deal with both of them, with both recommendation. The motion, I think there's a problem. There's no problem with the motion, but also there is a problem with the with recommendation. I'm now going to ask, in terms of the first recommendation
of the House, can we call for
in terms of the first recommendations? Members have already agreed that there is a seconder for the motion. I'm going to call, in terms of the first recommendation, all those who say yes, please say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, but we are calling
Yes.
for
Yes.
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 We are
We don't want
calling.
that thing. We don't want that thing you're saying.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it's fine. I know my job. September, but
Chair of Chairs.
Madam
The 1st of September.
say no.
No. Chairs, what are we voting?
No.
All those, we're not sure what we're voting for.
Keep
I
on.
was removed from the meeting, Chair of Chairs. Can you explain what are we voting on? I was removed from the meeting. Can you explain what we are voting?
Please listen. There is a motion on the table and recommendation by the proponent, which is Honorable Member Chitangano. I'm now calling those who say yes on the recommendation by Member Chitangano. All those who say yes, please say yes.
Yes.
All those who say no, say no. No. Icon.
You are collapsing your own motion. You are collapsing your own motion.
I will do what you want me to do.
Chair of Chairs. Can I be
Chair of Chairs. Honorable Chitangano, I will do what you want me to do of calling individual members to vote. But please allow the process to continue until we reach where you want us to reach. Assembly, please. On the second, on the amendment.
No. Before that, I want to rise on 109.
Yes.
No. Chair of Chairs, I want to rise on 109. On 109. Before we go to
you will get the roll call. Just relax.
109. I want to demand for a roll call. I want to demand for a roll call in as far as the motion which is sitting in front of us is
Don't
concerned.
speak like a drunkard, man.
I know, and I was going to
Chair of Chairs, can you rule on the insult that was meted now? We can't allow. We can't allow big-headed, stupid ideas to interrupt us here. Big-headed, stupid ideas.
With a
big handful in the mouth. We're not going to listen to you.
No, I'm ranting on 109.
Big-headed, stupid ideas. Can't be told by big-headed, stupid ideas here.
This is not Honorable Honorable Chitangana, you just said Ustaniela, and that is unparliamentary.
No, you must first rule. You must first rule on the one who said people are drunkards here.
Can you keep quiet now? That is unparliamentary, but also our society will never accept. It's also unparliamentary.
Who's a drunkard? Who's a drunkard?
Don't take
you never now when it's a problem.
Do your work, Chair. Do your work properly.
Can you please withdraw Uskanyel?
I withdraw Uskanyel.
And the next time you do that, Honorable Chitangana, you do that on electricity. Can I then do that? Such language used by any member, particularly Honorable Chitangana, you will definitely be banned from attending this house for 3 meetings. Please.
That is the truth. We can't withdraw the truth.
No, we can withdraw the truth.
Still withdraw drunkard.
You know, you just misbehave. And remember, I understand what you are saying. Can you start, Secretary, on the first motion and first recommendation? Please call the names of the members because there is a division that has been requested.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. MD Makura. MD Makura.
Chair, can you clarify the procedure first?
Absent. Let's go on. Absent.
Let me clarify the procedure, Honorable.
Thank you.
There is a motion by Honorable Chitangana with recommendations. And there was a seconder to that motion. And of course, members were requested to indicate whether they agree or disagree. Majority disagreed with the motion. And there was then a call for it. There is also another motion, an amendment to the recommendation of the motion by Honorable Matseke. Members were requested to indicate a no or yes. Majority indicated their yes. Again, there was a call for division. So we're now responding to the first recommendation by Honorable Chitangana to check individually if members agrees or disagrees. We'll then go to the recommendation by Honorable Matseka to check if members individually agree or disagree. That is what is happening now, Honorable Chief Whip. Is that okay?
Honorable, yes.
We are not going to vote on what a member said, but actually we are voting on the motion.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
You said you are going to apply Rule 110.
Okay, we need to ring the bell now.
But this is
a
waste of time. Not on Matseke.
Chair of Chairs.
Mabala is wasting our time here. Not the proponent. We are to vote on the motion itself.
Yeah, it's about really this. Please, can you ring that bell for 8 minutes?
Chair of Chairs. You ring ring the bell,
Just before they ring the bell.
Before you ring the bell, quote the rule. What are we voting on, Chair of Chairs? Please, man.
Serious. Because
no, you must. We are not going
She has
to
not
vote
been listening this one of Mabala.
We are not voting for my Chairs.
Mabala noise. You have not been listening.
We are voting on the motion.
Secretary, can you please ring the bell for 8 minutes?
May I please call order, Chair, before you make referral of your decision?
You are degenerating this house as a chairperson. I thought you were better
Chair.
Well, that's ironic coming from Member Mabala, isn't it? Degenerating the house.
Chair.
Yeah, she is degenerating.
And she's howling.
Oh, Mabala, you have long degenerated yourself. Please.
I'm not going to entertain mediocrity.
We are
Did you say that, Mabala? Did you really say that?
Just quickly, I want to see something.
I'm not going to
That's called mediocrity.
What is mediocrity, Mabala?
All of you combined.
I want to see something.
Honorable Mabala, what are you complaining
I
about?
also wanted to check.
I'm complaining about that. Can I speak?
Just we are not here for Mabala.
You're making too much noise now.
I'm seeking clarity in terms of
Mabala. Mabala, let us tell you, Mashiko did what you are doing now. You will go like that. It's all that you are in.
Mabala, can we tell you what Mashiko said about you?
I want a woman like you, my dear.
I think Mashiko was right about. I thought she was crazy, but I think she was right about you.
Birds of a feather flock together.
I think Tony Nguyen is also correct. Tony Nguyen is also correct and is right.
We can rather vote on the motion itself of insourcing. So it cannot be correct for you to say we're going to vote on what Member Macheke recommended.
There's someone removing us.
I mean, it's rule 117F.
Mabala, the trolley are in. Does not want a woman like you. You are going to
You
be
must read,
removed.
Mabala. Mabala, you must read. Learn to read. That thing is in
109. Chair of Chairs, I'm rising on rule 109. Chair of Chairs, I am rising on rule 109.
Can I come in? I see the chair.
Please unmute, Chair of Chairs.
Speaker,
You are muted.
I am rising on rule 109.
Just wait.
Okay, Honorable Elisebo Makubela.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I am rising on rule 109, 2, which says that the roll call must be supported by 4 members before the calling of names. So we moved swiftly to the calling of names without adhering to what the rule 109.2 says. So it must be supported. It says it must be explicitly supported by 4 members before we go on calling of the names. Can we move and use the rules? Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Makubela.
I think in addition, Chair of Chairs, firstly, you could not, I mean, if we've already decided on a matter, why you want us to be subjected to another voting? Because you have already indicated that, the matter has been voted on. So why you want us to vote the second time?
Thank you very much, Honorable Ramolifo.
There is a counter motion, Member.
The Speaker of the House to talk over his seat so that I can also be given an opportunity to vote on this matter. Honorable Speaker, please come in.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
This was the delay tactic to call each other.
Thank you very much, members. There was a request. In fact, there are 2 motions. There is a motion. There is a motion presented by Honorable Shidangano, which came before the programming committee, and it has a seconder And it is the motion that we're debating today. But Honorable Mateke, you presented a counter motion, which was also seconded by Honorable Malema. It now goes without saying that we have two motions. Therefore, whether you make a call for firstly, we need to actually vote on the first one. But before we can do that, we need to ascertain whether the support by 4 members, at least in terms of Rule 109, is available. Can I get an indication? When you make a roll call, we need to check if there are 4 members who require that before we can even continue.
Yes,
Madam Speaker.
Madam
Speaker.
Okay.
Madam Speaker.
Mabala, Honorable Mabala.
Can I?
I'm not.
Ramolif has provided clarity on this thing. We've already voted.
Members, we can't all speak at the same time. Can you allow me to preside and agree that Honorable Ramolifo should speak first? And all of us, can we keep quiet for now?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. May I before you just proceed, there were some errors, or I don't know whether it was deliberate, that there was someone was removing members from the meeting. If you can just first ascertain and make sure that we are not removed, so we participate, all of us. I was one of the people who was removed. I don't know who removed me, including Member Msimanga. So if we just first ascertain that there's no one who's got access to remove people as he or she wishes.
Colleagues, that's what I'm going to do. The reason being that I'm aware that there's load shedding in Gauteng, and from time to time, it's not only the 2 of you, but all the members, including myself, at some stage, I was cut out twice, and I came back. So that one I will do. It's not intentional, so let's not even point fingers at each other. And the administration is actually assisting me to check whether we have all the members in, except for those that have submitted apologies. So I'm getting advice. Then can in the meantime be quiet, because I'm actually being advised here, please. Okay, I can see now that the majority of members are in. There is no challenge. I don't know what is the problem, Honorable Lidwaba. I see your hand is up.
No, Chair, I was raising my support as you requested 4 people. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but we are Chaputubo Mamela. You know, one of the leadership skills is to listen and you speak when you needed to speak. Usasa yindoda noma ungakhulumanga or usasa umfazi uma ungakhulumanga. Please wait for your turn.
Speaker, you asked when I raised my hand.
Madam Speaker.
Lidwaba,
I raised my hand.
Lidwaba,
you asked for hand for names. I raised
yes,
my hand.
but I was still responding to the issue that was raised by Ura.
My hand is still up. That is why my hand is up. You asked me to say something.
Keep quiet, then. Please keep quiet then. I see your hand is up.
And then is there anything wrong with that? Because I was raising my hand.
No, true, Lidwaba. I didn't say speak. Please. Okay. I see there's only one hand, therefore that cannot be adhered to. Thank you. The second one, we have a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I also raised my hand.
No. Don't take chances, Wena.
I'm not taking chances.
No, please.
I'm the member of this house.
I noted one hand. I'm now moving to the second one.
No.
Can I also be recognized?
There's a second motion.
Can I
No, Speaker, you're not consistent. No.
No, don't do that.
Recognize. I wish one day I can eat or drink what you took before you came to the meeting.
No, we are not going to
very much parliamentary.
We are not going to allow you to do that.
You are insinuating that you have taken something that is wrong assumption.
Yeah, you are too hyperactive for my liking.
No, but that is correct.
You are correct. We don't even speak on the data, please.
Members, please, if you want to challenge what I said, come to the Rules Committee.
No,
Because your behavior is
I actually want to make a comment. On
no, you can't make a Mabala, can you allow me to continue with the meeting?
No, but also this Mabala is misbehaving.
Personal, Madam Speaker.
Can I instruct the administration to switch off Mabala, who is deliberately undermining my ruling?
This puerile excitement by Mabala is irritating us.
Take it that Mabala is no longer part of this meeting, as per my instruction now, my ruling. Thank you. We are on motion number 2.
No, Speaker.
On an amendment which has been suggested or proposed by Honorable Matsake, seconded by Honorable Malima. I want to check if members are, in fact, Honorable Malibane, you already agreed.
Allowing too much.
Apparently, I saw a screenshot say LinkedIn profile like.
Honorable Malisela, I don't know why your hand is still up. Are you supporting Honorable Matsake? Can we lower the hand of Honorable Malisela, please? Administration, can you lower the hand of Malisela?
Speaker.
And Malisela must mute, please.
Speaker.
No, don't call me, please. I'm doing my work now. Don't call me, please. Allow me to.
Can I rise in terms of Rule 89?
There's no Rule 89 now, please. Rule 89 is not applicable at this stage. Can you wait? Wait for me to finish what I want to do. There was a motion, counter motion presented by Honorable Matsake, seconded by Honorable Malisela. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. All those against
Speaker.
say
Yes. Any motion?
No. Yes.
No.
No. Thank you very much. I want to check in terms of numbers. Those that were saying no or yes in the first one and no in the second one, I can count properly.
Speaker.
Member Nusufi, mute.
Speaker.
Chair of Chairs, mute.
Chair of Chairs, mute your mic.
Member Ledwaba, mute.
Why should I? And who are you?
We don't want to hear your background.
Who are you? Who are you to tell me that?
Only Dwabi.
Are you so hyper today? What happened? Hey, Dwabs. Dwaba, what happened today, Dwabs? Dwabi, don't be so excited, Dwabi.
Skangala, Dwabi. Skangala. Soldier on, le soldier lam kondo.
Kidi, oka mutwari nanar. Pari.
Give my bev.
Sis my bev.
My bev.
My bev Roro.
Leave it la.
Eringi nipi mongwaneng.
Pipi, Ezra.
Eringi nipi mongwaneng.
Beef, why?
Beef,
Mukwebo. Undula bo bujwanga jeni mukwebo.
Utlwa rona le ha monni bja mabala teng. Nuisance.
Usanzana go ga zolo. Wa buya o tla utlwa betsa o ba hae. Tla ba sa controller. Raro a tsuka.
Bothata ba gagwe ke gore ga itse gore lesaka la leng mo lona le ga ba batle basadi ba go tshwana le ene bo moko ba ise kgale.
Le khona ke Mzwandile Masini. Mzwandile.
Mokwebo ga a batle competition o tlo moko ba maba.
Ba ditaba tsa bona member ke tanki ba khona ke Mzwandile. Re betlo molata
Mzwandile.
In fact re a mutlisa. Tausa le re mosona inki member.
Honorable members, I just I was doing the head count.
Not that we are scared of you. We will do the same. We are scared of you. Yeah, it doesn't.
You are not going to use this meeting to pursue your own agenda. Please. Can you continue? Can you give us a chance to finish this meeting? I was checking.
Yeah,
who support.
Why are you why are you lying? Why are you lying? Why are you lying? Why are
Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, the second name is Litwaba. The first name is Manisela, the second name is Litwaba. I was checking the first motion, those who are supporting the first motion, and I heard a lot of noise saying yes, and other voices saying no. Now I'm trying to check, to count as to who is actually supporting it in terms of numbers.
Yeah.
In terms of numbers, at the moment, and for those that were in a meeting since in the morning, from the EFF, we have 7 members. From the DA, we have 15 members. ACDP, we have 1. IFP, there is none. Freedom Front Plus, we have 2. Then from the ANC, There is 35. No, 36. I'm counting myself now. There is 36. Most of the opposition parties, they have said...
No, Speaker. No, Speaker. Speaker.
Can I finish what I'm... No,
Speaker. No, you're lying in terms of the numbers of the EFF. We're not seven.
The speaker is
We're
going to
not
do a job
seven,
and
the members of the EFF. It's wrong. You're misleading the House.
If you are intentionally undermining my ruling, I will kick you out of the meeting.
No, we are not seven. We are not seven, Speaker, and I'm allowed to. We are not seven, the EFF members here. We are not seven.
How many are you?
Oh, what? Relax, man. You can read our names, all of us, then we count one until wherever we finish. Let's go. I start now. From the EFF, I'm here.
It's not our job to count your own members.
It's wrong to mislead the House to say our members are seven. It's wrong. And that's what I can agree on. I can agree that we're seven here.
I'm going to cut you off from the meeting because you are deliberately undermining the presiding officer. When we count here, no member must speak. And if I ask you to keep quiet and you continue, you will not have an opportunity to participate in the rest of the meeting like Honorable Mabala that I've made that ruling already. Now I'm coming back, I'm checking. I'm announcing now what I have and what I'm seeing as we talk now. From the EFF, we have 7 members. From the DA, we have 15 members. From the ACDP, we have 1 member. From the IFP, we have 0. Therefore, it means from the opposition, or Freedom Front Plus, 2. Therefore, from the opposition, we have 7, 8, 9, 10, 25. We have 25. And these 25 people that I'm counting now are all the members who are supporting the motion as is. Thank you.
Madam
I'm now
Speaker.
going to the next one. Please, you'll talk at the end. Colleagues,
No, Madam Speaker, just on that.
No, you can't. Please.
So listen, I want to put it on record, Madam Speaker, that the DA has more than 15 members because all of them are online. I've just counted them as participants. I just want to put that online, on record.
I've got people that are.
But we never ask rules.
I don't know why you want to come in between.
Member MC Manga, not sorry for you,
Also
man.
violating the rules as well. Can I go to the second motion? The second motion or the amendment of the motion as presented.
This
by
woman is
Honorable
abusive.
Matik,
We cannot go on like this. We must have a new speaker. We can't go on like this. It's unacceptable.
Supported by Honorable Malima. All members of the ANC are present. 36 members of the ANC are present in the meeting.
Madam Speaker, that is not correct.
It means that 36
I can see the Premier on TV. The Premier is not in the meeting. So this is not correct, Madam Speaker.
36, I'm going to kick you out, Honorable
No, Madam Speaker, you're misrepresenting the truth here. And if this is the way we're going to
Who is that one? So you are lying.
If you want to continue with this meeting by yourself,
continue meeting our house today. We'll meet in court.
Because we will not allow to be bullied by the ANC who know that they don't have the numbers.
But Soli, you can't lie. The Premier is there. You can't lie.
Hey, who's your Soli? Huh? Who's your Soli?
I'm sitting here. You are lying. That Honorable Msimang does not participate in this meeting anymore, as he is deliberately undermining my authority because.
Not undermining your authority, Madam Speaker. I asked you a simple question. You didn't respond.
You are lying, Honorable Msimang. You are lying. You said the Premier is not there. Is here. You are lying.
I'm saying on TV. I'm saying. Let the Premier speak now.
He wants to walk out.
I'm saying now. If the premier is online, let him speak now. Let him speak now. Let's hear him.
I've cut you out of the
There's
meeting.
also another.
Where are you, Katisoli? Are you drinking something?
The rest of the meeting.
Hey, what about you, MC? Are you drunk?
If the premier is on, he must speak now. If he's online, then let him speak now.
Speak on which rule? Because I'm speaking, Honorable Msimang. Speak on
You
which
said
rule?
he's online. He was called when we were doing the roll call. He dropped the spot because he's not online. Madam Speaker, you are not going to do that. You're supposed to be an impartial speaker. You are
You
not.
can address the premier
You are
if he's a
passing this
representative of
like
South
what
Africa.
Baka used to do.
The premier is not a representative of South Africa.
Msimang, we are collapsing the house.
You can't
Remember,
speak to
Msimang,
the
you are collapsing
premier
the house by
as if you are
lying.
speaking to South Africa representative. We're not going to allow you, Soli.
You are not going to.
Hey,
listen,
shut up, you can't speak to the premier of Gauteng shut up. as if he's a representative of South Africa. Never.
Hey, listen, shut up. And Mabala out of this meeting. That's my ruling.
And listen.
Champions of the rules. In terms of the rules, when we are busy counting or even voting on a matter, don't disturb the presiding officer. You only wait until you announce them.
And the lunatic called Mabala.
And Honorable Ramulifo is the one that is acting on the leader. He will raise whatever he wants to raise, not in the middle of what I'm talking about. I'm now on the amendment. Those that were supporting the amendment, in terms of not supporting the motion as is, there are 36 members. Those that are against that will be the 25 that I've indicated. Thank you very much. Therefore, this motion is not carried as is presented.
Point of order.
I'm only I'm only going to listen to the leaders of parties, or even the not even leaders, party whips. Honorable Ramulifo, is that you?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to come in to say the numbers which you have used for the DA members is not correct.
Yes.
The members who were not connected, like you made reference from earlier on for those who made apologies, with which there were only 2. All the other members, apologies were to join the meetings late, which they did after all. So we just wanted also to make that and to put that on record.
Ramulifo, that is not true. Honorable Bloom is the only one that was going to join the meeting late. The rest of the members said they will not be able to come to the meeting as they are attending to the urgent party business. But also,
no, Fred Nell is an example. He is on the line.
No. You have only problem, Ramulifo. When I'm speaking, you want to speak. If your members have managed to come in, even when they've submitted an apology, you must indicate right in the beginning. You can't come at the end and say, this is a situation. Please, can you respect the rules? They're part of the programming committee. You don't have to behave in this fashion.
Madam Speaker, your members have been offline.
Point of order.
And they've been coming in and out without you mentioning the
rule.
rule.
Not part of this meeting. Yes,
Madam Speaker, I'm going to, you know what? Maybe you want to continue with this meeting by yourself. All DA members, please go ahead. All DA members, if they want to continue with this meeting by themselves, they can continue by themselves.
Can we ask?
I saw it coming. You wanted to walk out.
Good riddance.
Leave.
Leave. Can we
I don't leave. I don't listen to Msimang.
Point of order.
Please, Secretary.
Point of order. Point of order.
What is the no, but
Speaker, I thought you are going to recognize me after Ramulifo on point of the leaders of political parties. Can I be recognized before you move on?
I mean the next order, please.
You know, you said you are recognizing the leaders of political parties. That's why I behaved and wait for Ramulifo to finish so that you can come to me also.
Point of order.
Can I be given a platform, Speaker?
Fred Nella, you're a political party leader, Mara. Our Fred Mara.
Alesejo, what are you, a criminal? What are you doing?
No, come on, man, Fred.
Solim Shiman said you must go. Why are you still here, Fred Nell?
Who are you?
Yeah, they must go. Police said they must go. Let them go home now.
They are waiting for they are waiting for Moriarty to confirm it.
Nell must go.
They are waiting for the real leader to tell them.
The real leader.
That one is just a Popeye.
Yeah, Nell must go. Nell must go.
What did I from when she counted those votes, whether it was at the point when the vote was taken or not?
Our friend Demara. Moray is waiting to join Mashaba. He told me.
We're nonsense. We're nonsense. Before go
We sort your corruption out.
Swallow the food in your mouth first, Moray, before you speak.
Speaker, I ask for the recognition in the meeting as recognized Honorable Ramuli.
The secretary to read the order,
can I be recognized, please,
Mr.
Speaker?
Chiluane, can you continue reading?
And then when you continue like this, I'm informing your meeting and to continue.
Madam
and the
Speaker,
EFF members, let's leave this meeting and continue pulling this system because they are defending your own useless ANC agenda. Let all the members of the EFF will leave this meeting now. We are leaving this meeting. Remain with your meeting and continue with your style of bullying us when we voted by people of Gauteng. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Good riddance. Go.
Bye.
Bye.
You lie and claim that you are representing the working class. You are a liar, Mokwebo.
I will cut you off the meeting, please. Honorable Makakula.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In accordance with Rule 121, subsection 1, I, Honorable Thokozile Makakula of the ANC, tables the following motion on gender-based violence, noting that the August 9, 2020 marks the 64th anniversary of the 1956 march to the Union Building in Victoria, led by women of all races in protest against the imposition of the notorious past laws of the African women. This month is dedicated, August month is dedicated to the contribution of South African women from all walks of life made towards the struggle for liberation. The 64th anniversary commemorations in 2020 takes place within a context of a global pandemic, COVID-19, which has huge impact on women. Culture is an important aspect of our existence and identity. However, in certain communities, culture is used to oppress women and take decisions on their behalf. We need to influence change of mindset in society and address the lack of agency by security cluster to deal with
Member Makakula gone.
Okay, let's allow Honorable Mazibuko.
Madam Speaker, they're cutting me out. I haven't finished yet.
Don't cut out. No, I don't cut out. Let's not make insinuations at all. What is Honorable Makakula? No, you are not cut out, but the system is the one that does that. There's load shedding around, therefore you'll be affected. So concentrate on your speech. Let's leave other things. We've taken too long for this meeting.
All right. Okay. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Where did you press?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thanks for the opportunity to participate in this debate. Let me acknowledge the presence of Premier. Let me acknowledge the presence of members of the Executive Council, Deputy Speaker, Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, honorable members of the legislature, ladies and gentlemen, friends and citizens of Gauteng. Thank you for this opportunity to add my voice to the big debate today of gender-based violence, as we have just concluded the Women's Month, which we were celebrating under the theme, Generation Equality, Advancing Our Collective Efforts to End Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Indeed, our forebears and stalwarts of our liberation struggle, the unsung heroines, after noticing the harsh realities that women faced, the oppression that women suffered, the total disregard of women's rights, they took it upon themselves under the leadership of our unsung heroine, the late Margaret Gazo. They said, enough is enough. Nathi siyaya epitoli. Indeed, on the 9th of August in 1956, they descended at the Union Building. What they fought for in those years mirrors the new struggles of today, which is violence against women and children. Women of Gauteng suffer unbearable challenges. They are abused by their partners, they are abused by society, but most of all, during COVID-19, we actually witnessed quite a lot of challenges that were faced by women. Women of Gauteng, I wish to say to you, we heard your cries and we listened to all your voices when you are demanding a plan to fight gender-based violence. Indeed, we have come up with a gender-based violence plan, and it is a multifaceted plan with 5 pillars. The first one being on prevention of gender-based violence. Second one being strengthening the criminal justice system. Third one being enhancing the legal and policy framework. Fourth one being to provide adequate care, support, and healing for victims of violence. The fifth one to introduce measures to improve the economic power of women in South Africa. And the objectives of this plan is to invest in evidence-based prevention, to reduce gender-based violence incidences, to improve response in respect to gender-based violence for victims and survivors, to provide education and training on gender-based violence, especially to the law enforcement officers, and to support and strengthen the civil society capacity, encourage people not to be passive bystanders, but attentive in an effort to unlearn violence, ensure that the criminal justice system works and is held accountable when it fails our people, ensure institutional accountability, and have political champions, set up a responsive way to find funding and to address the structural nature of gender-based violence, enforce accountability through improved monitoring and reporting. Madam Speaker, I must hasten to say all the departments in Gauteng have made contributions on this plan and on what they will actually be doing in ensuring that we respond adequately to support both victims and survivors of gender-based violence. On planning and implementation of preventative measures of gender-based violence, the Department of Social Development, as well as all the funded NPOs working in the victim empowerment space, are implementing preventative measures against gender-based violence and femicide. And on an ongoing basis, collectively, and the number of beneficiaries that they reach out through door-to-door or do community dialogues and also presentations. Even the Department of Community Safety, through their Ukawimlao and other outreach programs, they do support victims and survivors. Also, Department of Social Development is providing adequate care, support, and healing for victims of violence, and offer support to victims not only at shelters, but also offer psychosocial support. They also support victims of violence at victim-friendly police stations and at the Tutuzela care centers here in our province. We have 142 police stations which are victim empowerment centers across Gauteng, and as the Department of Community Safety will also be deploying floor marshals to help women when they walk into police stations, because that's where secondary victimization actually does happen. When a person walks through the door at the police station, they are sent from pillar to post and no one actually even wants to hear their case. Or if they have to hear their case, they shout at them and say, "Khulumela phezulu sisa sikuzwa." We're trying to avert such things in making sure that these floor managers will assist that. The Department of Health, through their Ntabiseng units that they have at hospitals, which is also a one-stop center that helps sexual offended victims and domestic violence victims, You also have police and doctors that are able to fill out the J88 forms, so that then you fast track the process of ensuring that the victims of gender-based violence or domestic violence are assisted very quickly. The adequate care that we also have at these Thuthuzela care centers is that there's also social workers, and they are now available across all municipalities except in CDB. Addressing problems at police station and challenges such as availability of rape kits or delays in the DNA testing channeled to the relevant authorities, and we also make sure that the turnaround time is actually adhered to. So the police will be working very actively in ensuring that these results are available. The NPA, in partnership with SAPS, will also be focusing on sexual offenses and ensuring that the backlogs of DNA are actually fast-tracked, and that the forensic laboratories also are able to produce reports timelessly so that they're able to assist all the survivors and the victims. The NPA also will be making sure that they submit this information for prosecutors to start prosecuting the perpetrators. Gender sensitivity training to all law enforcement officers will also be ensured that it is rolled out, so that then those who are not adhering to their responsibility are actually held accountable. Of course, Madam Speaker, all these things can happen when women are the ones who are depending on their perpetrators. So as the Gauteng provincial government, we're putting also measures to improve the economic power of women across all districts, and that financial independence and economic empowerment for victims and survivors of GBV is one matter that we'll be focusing on. A startup or community fund grant also to assist them to procure their stock, and also be assisted to be women entrepreneurs. Township business renewal grant also to assist township-based businesses with procurement of equipment to improve business operations. The cooperative assistant program, which is a grant to assist cooperatives with procurement of equipment and to improve also business operations. We'll also be training various women on business management programs and planning and technical intervention, so that then we better capacitate them. And Madam Speaker, we wish to encourage our women and community members to avoid withdrawing cases. And when they are asked why have they withdrawn the cases, they will say, "Sivumelene." This is another matter that makes it impossible for the NPA and the police to do their work. As the motion is proposing, Madam Speaker, there is a section whereby in the resolve that as citizens, as communities, and all of us, let us support the 3 bills that will be tabled in Parliament. Let's make sure that we make our inputs so that even the sexual offences register is up and running, and all those that have done any wrongdoing, they are actually recorded there. And the Domestic Violence Act, it's amongst those that are also being amended, Madam Speaker. Let's ensure that we make inputs that any other person can be able to open a case on behalf of another. The challenge currently, Madam Speaker, is that if there's an abuse that is taking place, when you can't go in and say, "I'm here to open a case on behalf of my neighbor." You'll be told, so this Domestic Violence Amendment Act, it now empowers any other community member to be able to intervene and be able to open a case for another person. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I wish to quote the UN Secretary General when he said, "Violence prevents women from contributing to and benefiting from development by restricting their choices and limiting their abilities to act. The resulting consequence for economic growth and poverty reduction should be of central concern to government." I close quote. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Happy Women's Month and happy Heritage Month as we start. Ningakhohlwa ukuveza ubuciko nobusiko wenu. Danke ngiyabonga.
The next person on the list is Honorable Ntsakhe. Honorable Ntsakhe not in the house. The next one was supposed to be Honorable Mabala, but she was cut off the meeting. She was suspended from the meeting. The next one is Honorable Dilange.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Speaker. May I just apologize to the guests attending today, as I've never been so ashamed to be part of proceedings as today. Back to the motion on gender-based violence. Gender-based violence is not just about the pain and humiliation and trauma inflicted on the victims. It is also a profound impact on the moral of the family, the socio-economic effects on the country, and last but not least, it is a mirror of the image of us as South Africans and as South African leaders. For too long, these women had to wait in the shadows for help to arrive from leadership and a kind hand to be extended from communities. We have listened to speeches and witnessed more and more committees being established. There are no declines in the statistics. None of it made a difference. Madam Speaker, I hope the Premier is present. We are the change. I therefore put an urgent motion before you for the Premier to assist the women of Gauteng to take the lead in South Africa in assisting to arrange for an audience with the President and a delegation of stakeholders to sit down and discuss the plan that is on the table, and also, Premier, that we could still put forward. A plan, Mr. Premier, that will deliver results. We don't want any more talks. We don't want any more committees. If it does take another public display to prove our serious intent, we will arrange another mass riot like last Saturday. We will show how serious we are about it, but hopefully the statistics of the gender-based violence and utter incompetence of the governing party and its leaders and some of the other leaders to deal with this matter decisively are serious enough for us to realize that we need more than empty words. Every single woman we heard at the hands of a loved one or a trusted one.
Your time is up.
Time up.
Thank you, Honorable Kanyane.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll try to adjust the camera. I'm using the phone. And I must say, let me thank you once more for giving me this singular privilege of addressing only members of the ANC and Freedom Front Plus. And I must say, I would like to execute this constitutional stipulation with much pleasure and elation. As mandated by the motion, I must say my approach to this debate, it is multi-pronged, but with particular emphasis on the root cause of this despicable and contemptible situation that we are here confronted with. The situation confronted, it is what it is. When you read the newspaper today, when we are watching the TV, we are inundated with negative reporting about some of us men whose behavior is unbecoming. I must say, on a daily basis, we are confronted with extraordinary high levels of rape and sexual assault against women, not excluding the very old and the very young. We are confronted with other forms of anti-women, anti-child violence and abuse, including high levels of domestic violence, and also various retrograde assertions on male rights and the evocation of tradition to justify the patriarchal abuse of positions, and also in political, managerial, and also in other authorities. I must say, this previous month of August, I've been flattered, I've been heightened by the issues, by the webinars, where everywhere there was a discussion about gender-based violence, and also F, which is the femicide. I must say, out of all this, let all these discussions transcend mere discussion, theory, and exercise in futility. This discussion should in no way be observed as some dogmatic exercise, but it should be interpreted correctly, internalized, and practicalized to the point whereby everyone in the streets takes ownership of the preservation of all the gains made on a continuous basis. It should be embraced within our various cultures and traditions to the point where objections of the gender-based violence develop into a palpable reality. I must really say, the challenge that we are faced with is a further strengthening both ideological and activist roles of both genders, referring to the masculine and referring to the feminine. I can also add the third, which is the neuter, by clearly seeking to translate working class power into real power of gender emancipation. And to this end, we should be committed to build working class hegemony on these issues and influence the state, the economy, the workplace, the community, ideological, and also deepening our internationalist working class solidarity. It is important to mention this point in order to underline the fact that our role as MP and also our participation in all these key sides of struggle may require different types of intervention, albeit in a contemporary manner, guided by our common objective of consolidating and conscientizing all communities at large. Now, currently, the status quo of social climate within our borders is characterized by a high levels of social discord, which is really fueled by extraneous, subversive forces bent on derailing the progressive structure and thereby advancing their own. It is precisely this reactionary force that created us, which of the fact that the fundamental purpose of organized collaboration. We've got a number of initiatives, and I can also cite examples, also from the chair of committees. He has been initiated a structure, an institution that deals with gender-based violence. That is all. It has to be complemented. We have to actually, because that really takes a character to initiate such a collaborative. But now all these structures, they are there to achieve first the demise of the sketch, and then to crush, among others, knowledge in a watertight compartment. However, this contemporary trend within the sphere of gender-based violence are by no means reminiscent of the kind of fate peculiar of days gone by. Instead, the design trend appears to have an objective to be contrary, which may be located within the agenda of reactionary forces, aligned in such a manner as to be unnoticed. But their existence can be attested to the level of sedition within our country. It is against this backdrop, then, that the gender-based violence movement comes into existence as a panacea to annihilate further onslaught and to undo some of these damages. I tried, Honorable Speaker, to try and share
Honorable Kanyane, we're missing you. Honorable Kanyane, let me go to the next one.
Max, am I audible? Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. I really alluded to the fact that
You must be the Adams. Adams.
Can I continue, Madam Speaker?
Yes, why were you quiet? Continue.
You were talking. Thank you very much. I respected your private conversation. Now, I was saying, I tried to check whether Marx wrote about gender-based violence, but I couldn't really find any. But something similar to that, akin to that, he wrote about patriarchal oppression. And that patriarchal oppression, he now starts with social position, with social thinking. He said, and he talks of administration and the protection, which is essentially based on patriarchal power relations. Now, this patriarchal power relations, if you put it in our case, are embedded in the concept traditional leadership structures. If you really agree, at some point, the issue of the chiefs, the issue of the headmen, and in the case of the mining compound that we also have, we'll talk about the tribal boss boys, which also really aggravates the matters. They are also embedded in the household production unit and also in the household division of labor. Needless to say, this existing traditional patriarchal power in these societies and in the households are both possessed and perverted by a misguided notion of masculine as a superior body. But now, when you look at this traditional patriarchal powers, which also get into this, the emancipation of gender, there is a wording where it is really referred to as the pressure cooker of acute underdevelopment. So that is how I really located to this. But now, out of all this, there is a wording that is also emerged, the issue of the lumpen patriarchy. This lumpen patriarchy, if you look at it, what is happening currently, which contributes to the gender-based violence, it includes the issue of the warlordism. This warlordism, which is really endemic in the text industry. If you travel with the texts, you'll find this kind of a behavior. There is also what refers to the shacklotism. This shacklotism, you'll find it mainly in the informal settlement. And we've got this regulatory vigilantism in many parts of the country. And again, the male youth gangsterism, which we observe on daily basis. But we can't really pay a lip service. We need to hold the horse by its horn. But now, what are the predictable tendencies? I just listed the two. One is self-denigration. This self-denigration, that's when you have to introspect. But now, how many of us do we really look from within? Now, the second part, which is the flip side of the same coin, you'll find denialism, where we are always trying to look from without. We'll be having the statement to say, if ever there is such claim, no, that one is the propaganda. And now, to what extent are we going to remain denying the real situation? I know I might have moved beyond my time, but I must really say, we have to support this motion, especially in terms of the resolve. There are a number of issues that really there's been some intervention. You will recall the moral regeneration movement, where they come up with the moral charge, and the public, they've made the voice. But now, even this morning, from the minister, where
thank you, Anna. Your time is now up, not what you were thinking it's up. It's now up.
Let's get to the 12. We support this motion. I thank you.
Can you ask Honorable Bosch? Honorable Bosch? Honorable Bosch is not in the house. I now move over to Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As we commemorate the 64th anniversary of the 1956 March to the Union Building in Pretoria, classified as Women's Day, we categorically and unequivocally admit that women and children are not really free. There is a great terror which threatens women and children every single day. The reality is that they are left at the mercy and brutality of intimidation, sexual violence, kidnapping, and murder with no recourse by the administration, the justice system, and more important, those entrusted with law enforcement. Every day, we read several articles of the atrocious brutalities against women and children, and in most news articles, the victims are never found or are found murdered after being brutally raped. We as the ACDP state that gender-based violence is a national priority and has reached unacceptable levels of national crisis. The tolerance of this cruelty is aiding and abetting its existence in society and must be rooted out by any means necessary. Madam Speaker, women play a central role in every society by being vessels God uses to incubate seed for the next generation. Even in the life of Jesus, women play a central role in his ministry on earth. As the ACDP, we condemn all incidents of gender-based violence in any form and affirm our support to the victims of these crimes. As a people of faith, we believe the scriptures, and we are clearly instructed to, according to Isaiah 1 verse 17, learn to do good, seek justice, correct oppression, bring justice to the fatherless, and plead the widow's cause. Micah 6 verse 8 also in the Bible says, men, he has told you, O man, do what is good. And what does the Lord require of you but to do justice and to love kindness and to walk in humility before God? We as the ACDP here today would ask the following in closing, Madam Speaker. Sorry, Madam Speaker. We make a clarion call to make crimes of sexual violence against women and children a national priority and exhaust every effort in protecting the citizens of South Africa from this terror. We call for all arrested of crimes against women and children be detained without bail, receive life sentences without parole, a dedicated office at each and every police station for women to lay charges in a safe environment without intimidation by male police. The ACDP supports this motion. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Shackleton. Honorable Shackleton. Honorable Shackleton is not in the house. I now call upon Honorable Magagula and immediately hand over to the Deputy Speaker to continue with the sitting. Thank you. Honorable Magagula.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think the South African Constitution, particularly the Bill of Rights, gives women the right to equality. According to the Equality Clause, no person may be discriminated against, including on their sex and gender. The Constitution has further put systems in place, including the Gender Equality Commission, CGA, to act as a watchdog on gender equality issues, ensuring that women are not discriminated against. The Domestic Violence Act 116 of 1998 was introduced with the purpose of affording the victims of domestic violence maximum protection from domestic violence and abuse, and it outlines their recourse. Despite these systems in place, in the year 2020 alone, gender-based violence has escalated and reached alarming proportions. The rape and murder of Uyinene Mrwetyana in August 2019, when she went to collect her parcel from a post office, sent shockwaves throughout the country and sparked protest. Since then, many other incidences of rape and murder of women, especially young women and children, have taken place. On the 8th of August 2020, an 8 months pregnant Tsholofetso Pule's lifeless body was found hanging from a tree in Durban Deep in Roodepoort. And according to Gauteng police, just last week, only 5 women were killed within a space of 48 hours. During level 5 to 3 of lockdown period alone, more than 20 women were murdered. The list is very long, and one death is one too many. It is undeniable that for each and every woman in this country, in 2020 has been one of the most difficult years. Women are battling for their lives against the global pandemic, COVID-19, and at the same time, they are also battling for their lives against the pandemic of domestic violence. The gender-based violence pandemic has escalated to such a point where women are constantly living in fear in their own homes, in the streets, at workplaces. We have nowhere to hide anymore. Research indicates that a woman is highly likely to be murdered by their partner or someone they know, which illustrates that indeed there is no place where women are safe. What have we done? Our only sin is being women, being a woman. Our sin is being only being defenseless children. They are killing us. We cry, but they refuse to hear us. This motion we are debating today comes at a time when society is at war with itself, where humans have relinquished their values and principles of Ubuntu. We as a country have become so morally poor that we are ravaging women and children instead of protecting them. Umtu ngumuntu ngabantu. We have lost its meaning. It has lost its meaning in our society. Today, your child is no longer my child. The question we should asking ourselves is in this house today, irrespective of our status in society, our race, gender, and or political affiliation, is why are women being killed like flies under our watch? Why is it done during our time? Women fear for their lives every day. If a question was to be asked on whether we have done enough to safeguard the rights of women and children, whether we have done enough to protect them, we would be able to answer that question positively. Under the circumstances, my answer would be a resounding no, not until such time that we as a country end violence against women and children. We have come a long way as a country from fighting for reproductive rights, labor rights, and many others. However, what is the point of having reproductive rights if you do not stand a chance to live enough to access those rights? What is the point of having labor rights if you can't live enough to access or enjoy them? What is the point of having a right to freedom if we are chained? I want to challenge my fellow colleagues, particularly men, to stand up and be counted in the fight against femicide and any form of violence against women and children.
The Brotherhood Code that is embedded in protection of women abusers should be broken. I challenge men that instead of saying not all men, let them be brave enough to say not under our watch. Let us break the societal norms that make it easy for men to turn a blind eye when acts of violence are committed. Let us end the culture of eyababini ayingenwa. Madam Speaker, as it is enraging that we have a society that still blame and shame victims of domestic violence. How many times have women been asked what were they wearing, why were they out at night, and why don't they walk away? It is time we make rapists, abusers, and murderers to stop raping, stop abusing, and stop murdering women. I think the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services recently announced the introduction of 3 pieces of legislation that will address gender-based violence. We are pleased and welcome this initiative, and we believe it will play a major role in the fight against femicide and gender-based violence in general. We further appeal to the Minister and all role players to ensure that implementation of legislation is prioritized. More often than not, we have the best legislation on paper, but we fail in implementation. Let us ensure that all those entrusted with implementation do their work, and in case where they fail, there must be consequences, especially in the courts of law. Let there be no woman who is turned away from police station because an officer entrusted with a duty to serve and protect believes the matter can be resolved at home. Police men and women are not social workers. They can't say that. Theirs is just to arrest and protect the women and the rights of children. As I take my seat, Madam Speaker, let me borrow the words of Thomas Sankara when he said, and I quote, "There is no true social revolution without the liberation of women. May my eyes never see and my feet never take me to a society where half the people are held in silence. I hear the roar of women's silence. I sense the rumble of their storm and feel their fury of their revolt." Close quote. I thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hope that the House will make sure that this resolution, this motion is adopted. I thank you.
Unmute, Deputy Speaker.
Let's have the Deputy Speaker. Can the Secretary read the next order? Because the motion was for debate only.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The next order is motion on damage to economic infrastructure during COVID-19 pandemic in Gauteng in terms of Rule 121, Sub Rule 1 of the Standing Rules.
Honorable Makubela.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, presiding officers, the Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable members and invited guests who are streaming on this live session on social networks. We meet here today on this virtual platform to debate on ways to end what has been termed economic sabotage through the destruction of a much-needed infrastructure. We find ourselves tiptoeing towards a perfect storm. We are confronted with an impending catastrophe that is almost out of control. We are in the middle of a tumultuous crisis. Society is at the brink of an escalating conflict that is feeding on itself, leading to a further fanning of the terrible COVID-19 fires that already are burning out of control. We are agonizing over the senseless theft, plunder, and blatant destruction of much-needed infrastructure in our province by a criminal syndicate, and mainly by illegal and undocumented foreigners. As honorable members, regardless of political affiliation, we have to ensure that we do not slide into an era described by William Butler Yeats in his poem, The Second Coming, when he said, "The falcon cannot hear the falconer, the center cannot hold, things fall apart." The late Nigerian novelist Chinua Achebe writes gloomingly about the times we find ourselves in when he said in his book, Things That Fall Apart, and I quote, "Warriors will fight scribes for the control of your institutions, while bush will conquer your roads and pathways. Your land will yield less and less, while your offspring will multiply. Your houses will leak from the floods and your soil will crack from the drought. Your sons will refuse to work and prefer to wander in the wilds. You shall learn ways of cheating and you will poison the cola nuts as you continue to serve your own friends. And yet things will fall apart," close quote. Madam Speaker, the motion before us highlights a pertinent issue with regards to our infrastructure. In recent times, we have seen government properties stripped to the ground. We are witnessing the stealing of copper cables, the theft of our railway infrastructure. Both the Metro Rail and the Gautrain Railway network are victims of a vicious onslaught of a well-coordinated syndicate that has ensured that no trains can enter into many of our townships in Gauteng, especially in Johannesburg and in Tshwane, including where I'm from in Atteridgeville. There is no train that moves because copper cables have been stolen. In Mabopane Station, there's not been a train in the past 2 years because one morning it was burnt to the ground after arriving 15 minutes late. Madam Speaker, let me spare you details on how thousands of commuters have been affected by this. Most recently, during the hard lockdown period, criminal elements have broken into schools, stolen learner support materials, including computers, tablets, electronic boards, stationery, and went as far as stealing feeding scheme food and pots that are used to cook the food. At West, we have seen the machinations of the 30% criminal syndicates in our township who go as far as burning schools so that they may benefit when the schools are going to be rebuilt. In Oliven, Madam Speaker, we have witnessed a situation where people went to burn a clinic to the ground because they were unhappy about load shedding. In Winterveld, Honorable Premier, ESCOM artisans and engineers are not allowed to enter the township to carry repair and maintenance work. And when they do, they are beaten up by unscrupulous members of that community, and mainly those members are undocumented foreign nationals. This is a worrying trend that must be nipped in the bud. In all these gruesome crimes, no one has faced the full might of the law, and this has created a fertile soil from where anarchy and absolute impunity has germinated, where on bright noonday, people illegally sell land, illegally occupy RDP houses, or even go as far as hijacking private buildings. But what is more criminal about this is when we tell members of the public to invest more on private security than rely on government for the protection of their property. Madam Speaker, infrastructure is central in stimulating economic recovery and economic growth. Hence, it is regarded as the cornerstone of development of any society. It enables economic growth, and without infrastructure, development will hardly ever happen. Countries like China and to a great extent Singapore have shown this to be true. Infrastructural development is also identified by the National Development Plan as a key enabler of socio-economic growth. We can therefore never talk development and economic growth without a sustainable, reliable, and maintained infrastructure. Honorable members, while we all know that government has the responsibility to ensure and to protect and to ensure the protection of its assets, government cannot do it alone. Communities should be at the center of safeguarding these assets. In reality, people are the government, and the assets are managed by the government on their behalf. We need to encourage the sense of ownership in our communities in the spirit of Interesano, or what the Afrikaners in our country define as Samtrek, Samwerk. The destruction of infrastructure impacts heavily on all aspects of our society and has devastating effect not only on the economy, but also on the livelihoods of those of the most vulnerable in society. When thugs ban schools so that they are contracted to build them later, or vandalize water purification plants so that they can supply municipalities with water tankers later, or with impunity steal railway infrastructure and partake in many other forms of infrastructural destruction, they are also stealing the future of our children, costing those who depend on public transport their livelihoods. In fact, their acts translate directly to stealing from the public purse, because ultimately, government has to use the same public purse to renovate or replace what has been destroyed or stolen. This is a circle which was accurately described by the HOD of Education, Mr. Edward Musuwe, in one of our committee meetings as an investment bottomless pit. Madam Speaker, the Criminal Matters Amendment Act 18 of 2015 was introduced among others and was also and the amended Criminal Procedures Act 51 of 1977 so as to regulate bail in respect of essential infrastructure and related offenses and criminal law enforcement in the country. This effort was applauded at the time because it was needed to deal with acts of vandalism and theft of infrastructure. 5 years later, Madam Speaker, we are still battling with the destruction of infrastructure, and the criminal elements have organized themselves even better with nothing in mind except to loot infrastructure, undermining the efforts of our government and the strides we try to make to ensure a better life for all our people. Towards the end of 2019 elections, government further introduced the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act of 2019 with the overall objective of protecting critical infrastructure. We have a responsibility now more than ever before to prioritize safeguarding of our infrastructure. The organized 30% brigades and the organized criminal syndicates that seek to undermine our work should be brought to book, and we urge communities to work with government in identifying these criminal elements. We also need to keep a hawk's eye on scrap metal operators within the province, as they are the main catalysts of these crimes. The GGT 2030 roadmap identifies aging infrastructure and bulk infrastructure capacity constraints as a challenge that must be attended to urgently. We live in difficult economic times, Madam Speaker, where the economy is growing at a snail's pace. And for government, every cent in the public purse counts. With every limited resources and bad economic climate, government is required to provide vast services to communities. Continued looting of essential infrastructure is making it difficult for government to be able to attend to other aspects of infrastructural development. If we do not take as a collective drastic steps to address infrastructural looting, our progress will be stunted and will be greatly undermined. More often than not, most of the stolen goods are found in scrap metals and second-hand shops. This is a worrying factor, Madam Speaker. This is a worrying factor, Madam Speaker, because sorry about that. Madam Speaker, our intention is not to over-legislate or make it impossible for businesses to operate. However, we cannot allow criminals who disguise as businesses to rip our country apart. Those found to be in possession of stolen goods and provide a market for stolen goods or infrastructure must be dealt with harshly. In South Africa, it is a requirement that a person who carries on a business of dealing in second-hand goods must be registered. Scrap metals dealers fall into this category. Act 6 of 2009 clearly illustrates the processes that must be followed by the police officials, including routine inspections, and indicates that a person contravening the law by dealing in stolen goods may be sentenced or a fine may be imposed or even imprisonment. We must make it impossible. We must make it impossible for those businesses to operate unlawfully in our province. And where a business is found to be breaking the law, their licenses must without hesitation be revoked. In addition to current efforts of government to curb the destruction of infrastructure, we need to ensure that we deploy the use of 4IR methodologies and systems as ways of fighting this despicable trend. Criminals have become sophisticated and even better organized. And if we are to beat them successfully, we need to employ a multi-pronged approach. The recent acts of sabotage within the province requires a firm stand supported by law against these criminals. It is also important to flag that this is not just a petty criminal activity. It is acts directed at undermining the security, the sovereignty, and the economy of our province. Yet at the heart of this colossal act of criminality, sabotage is the narrative that being lawless is a glory act of a revolution. So as the ANC, Madam Speaker, we support this motion. Thank you very much.
Yes, I know that you hear us, but we can't hear you. Can you unmute yourself while I call Member Fuchs? Honorable Fuchs, not in the house. Honorable Khatebe. Honorable Khat also not in the house. Let me call on Honorable Alberts. DS, unmute yourself.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker. In dealing with this problem, we must take a deeper look at the systemic nature of these events. None of these events are attributable to mere criminal factors only. The criminals operate within a certain setting that both creates them and affirms their actions. If we take a step back and look at the big picture, we will note that the economic environment within which these breaches of law takes place was created by the ANC. More people are living on false promises made by the ANC than of daily bread. Today, people are surviving by any means on their own, irrespective of what the government is doing. This is due to the ANC's destructive economic policies and poor governance. The ANC's economic policies have clearly failed, as witnessed by all economic indicators and huge unemployment. It is therefore illogical for the ANC to intensify those policies that will clearly lead to more economic misery. The state institutions that must serve the public is populated with political cadres who owes allegiance to the ANC instead of the Constitution and the people as required in terms of Section 195 of the Constitution. Given the poor economic environment, the poor policing and public services by the state due to cadre deployment, and the self-serving nature of ANC leaders in government, the perfect environment has been created by the ANC within which organized crime can emerge and thrive. So if the ANC genuinely wish to solve these criminal problems, but also the larger environmental factors that stimulate economic freedom and growth for all, we need to talk about economic policy that actually works, as evidenced by successful countries like South Korea and Mauritius. And we must talk about public administration appointments and service delivery based on merit. Any discussion ignoring these factors will be an exercise in futility. We are more than willing to engage with the Premier to further this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call Honorable Dakile?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, members of the legislature. We have noted the impact of the COVID-19 with great concern for the damage it created to suffocate the economic growth of the province, ultimately and subsequently to the entire country as a result of the pandemic. This debate today is informed by the effects and implication of economic sabotage through vandalism and the theft of Gauteng infrastructure by organized terrorist syndicate, which seeks to undermine the security of the whole province. We as the ANC-led administration want to remind the House and the people of Gauteng that during the State of the Provincial Address, we made a commitment that we need to build a growing and inclusive economy that creates more jobs and offers opportunities to all South Africans. We further indicated the need to build a society that protects and cares for the poor and the most vulnerable, which seeks to end crime and create a safe and a secure environment for all. We want to build a society which is based on human solidarity, where no one is left out and no one is left behind. The effort of both government and the private sector in addressing needed to fight the scourge of criminal elements collapse the economic mainstream of the Gauteng to its knees, where the unscrupulous of criminal syndicate take advantage of the situation created by the COVID-19 pandemic and attack all economic corridors of our provincial hub by stealing and vandalizing railway network to destabilize the effectiveness of the transport network. We've got these examples in a number of areas, such as in Roslyn Industrial Economic Hub, as well as the Bosman Railway Station network, which has been disrupted by criminal syndicate. This is just to cite few examples and many other industrial areas across the province, which was affected due to vandalism and interruption as a result of poor security personnel and lack of military skills to protect provincial assets for the benefit of the poor and the vulnerable residents. We have experienced a serious job reduction and exorbitant of unemployment rate, filtered by the COVID-19 pandemic. We are disgusted by this deliberate sabotage of economic infrastructure in Gauteng since the start of the COVID-19 lockdown, which impacted on the job losses and contributed to the high immoral and unethical conduct of criminal activities as a result of scarcity of economic resources for job creation opportunities. The COVID-19 also impacted negatively on the SMMEs across the length and the breadth of the province, where street vendors in all townships are affected severely as the pillar of strength of the economic impediment to support their families for the growth of township economy. The dismantling of the railway infrastructure and the coordinated stealing of electrical cables to sabotage the energy infrastructure will impact negatively on the economy of Gauteng and therefore cannot be left unattended by this administration. With the notion of that the law must not have mercy on unscrupulous people, we appeal that the law must take its own course and deal with the criminal syndicates and finally wear orange overalls by damaging economic infrastructure of Gauteng. We strongly appeal unreservedly to all Gauteng provincial departments and private sector to truly engage and develop a massive and immense turnaround strategy to resuscitate from economic sabotage due to COVID-19 epidemic. We make a plea for recovery implementation plan as an intervention mechanism to secure jobs and economic growth. We urge government to intensify the security personnel to give the greater control of the protection of our network and assets. The ANC-led government has a responsibility and duty to protect public infrastructure as an act of vandalism and theft become worse. Government intention is to give preference to defend economic infrastructure as essential component to foster economic growth and alleviate poverty and unemployment. We urge the provincial government to consider any legislative bill specifically prohibiting the metal scrap yard to buy or sell anything illegal for criminal syndicate, which can be regarded as stolen materials ranging from electrical, copper cables, energy infrastructure networks cable, railway steel line network, and congregation iron metals, to just mention a few. All metal scrap yards across the province must strictly be regulated with the purpose to combat any form of criminal elements and should be subjected to regular unannounced oversight visit under very strict conditions of police supervision. It is on those basis that we also need to consider a special unit that will focus on this kind of crime. The proposed legislative bill or bylaws should empower the law enforcement authorities under the Community Safety Department to exercise legal powers to monitor and investigate operational work and eliminate illegal mushrooming of scrap metals across the Gauteng province. Any metal scrap that could be found operating illegally must be closed with immediate effect, and law enforcement repossess the operational licenses. That particular scrap shall be regarded as contributing factor to the damage and the collapse of economic infrastructure and other essential services of government during this lockdown. I therefore move for the support of the motion with the intention to restore security and comfort for the benefit of the poor and the working class in general. I thank you to address this August House. Thanks, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Can I call upon Honorable Dos Santos? In the absence, then I move on. Can I call Honorable Adams?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I want to confine my 2-minute debate to 2 points today. We must declare war, just like the criminals has declared war against innocent people of Gauteng. The 2 points I want to mention in debate, one is scrap yards, and both Honorable Makubela and Honorable Dakile mentioned that. I want to reiterate it. It is inconceivable that scrap yards are not heavily regulated. I am calling for heavy regulation without apology, because I am a victim myself, and I don't want to become emotional of what has been stolen from us and how scrap yards becomes the conduit to take from the innocent people. And it seems like they have free will in these scrap yards to take, whether it be copper or taps or steel or barriers of highways, even pellicides at houses and churches, breaking it. It is just, and a myriad of things that are just going into the scrap yards. And I'm not sure if our hands are cut off. We have to heavily regulate. We must make examples. We must make sure that these scrap yards cannot go on with impunity to do what they are doing. Some scrap yards stay open until late at night, early hours of the morning, not regulated. In fact, I did a local inspection with researchers, and we went and found, and I don't want to sound xenophobic or like Herman Mashaba, but I want to say to you that most in my constituency is managed and owned by foreigners. It must be checked out, because these people do not have the interest of our province at heart. The second thing, as I draw to a close, the issue of, which is close to my heart, I've mentioned in other committees, community patrollers to protect infrastructure. Unemployment is so rife and so heavy in our communities. And we cannot continue to give billions and millions of rands to security companies who do not do their work. And yet our schools and our clinics and infrastructure that government has built and spent millions on is still being broken and looted every single day. We must find a way to empower our own people, because I believe that there are people who would really lay their life on the line. Now people would say that the criminals will come with heavy ammunition and our people have nothing. Let us show them a deterrent of community patrollers, and who knows that maybe these security companies might be in cahoots with the criminals. And I want to plead with our leaders today that we must make sure that these two things in this motion is adhered to. We will and support this motion. I thank you so much.
Hallelujah, Mfundis.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time was up. Let me call Honorable Mutara. Honorable Mutara.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and all presiding officers, the Honorable Chief Whip, Premier, the Leader of Government Business, and my colleagues in the Provincial Cabinet, members of the Legislature, comrades and friends. We convene here today a few months after the President of the Republic first announced a nationwide lockdown in response to the pandemic which had hit our shores. South Africa was not spared from the effects of COVID-19, and since the nationwide lockdown to the level 2 lockdown that we are currently observing, we have responded as best as we could to an unknown enemy. This unknown enemy has, however, created an environment for opportunists to thrive. The environment has allowed opportunists as well as criminals to look at the pandemic as the perfect time to pounce and act unabated. While law-abiding citizens as well as law enforcement agencies were focused on adhering and enforcing the various regulations respectively, these criminal elements use the opportunity to perform acts of economic crimes. These crimes have varied in the past few months, from the unlawful invasion of land, stealing property and taking occupation of houses, and more recently, the theft of rail infrastructure across the province. These crimes seek to undermine the very authority that this democracy has been built on, which is the people. South Africans will continue to bear the brunt of these crimes where economic transformation and inclusion will not be realized. The net effect of these crimes is that further economic division and exclusion will continue. Spatial plans that have been finalized will be negatively affected, either in that they will be delayed or need to be changed owing to the destruction of this infrastructure. There are a number of commonalities that these opportunistic crimes have. They are well equipped, well organized, and often rely on inside information such as where these assets are and what value they can attract. Whether it's through the sale of land and houses or the sale of the copper and steel, these criminal syndicates understand what it is that they are doing. Highly organized, in some instances well armed, and able to mobilize communities to protect and support them, law enforcement agencies are often not capacitated enough or adequately resourced to effectively deal with these crimes and criminal syndicates behind them. Again, in the organization of these syndicates, businesses that purchase the scrap commodities also benefit from the easy purchase of tons of these metals. These metals, especially the copper and steel, are melted down and resold at a profit, another demonstration of how the parasitic nature of capitalism operates. While we understand that a lot of rail infrastructure remains and has remained unused and therefore unsecured for a number of years, the master plan in relation to our rail infrastructure intends to revitalize and reignite the economy using rail as a catalyst in this regard. Any infrastructure, whether of a social or economic nature, is an enabler, a source of life improvement, and in many instances, infrastructure is an equalizer. The theft and destruction of our economic infrastructure will place the developmental trajectory of our country in reverse. Not only will we have to relook at our spatial plans, but we'll have to make considerably different decisions about our spending in relation to which economic infrastructure gets rolled out and where. The same communities that are today being affected by the theft and destruction of our infrastructure will be the same communities that will need to travel to work, travel to school, move goods and services, and be part of an economic activity. Unfortunately, these peripheral communities run the risk of remaining in the periphery, leaving our development and prosperity at the back foot. We need to be conscious of the fact that we are all as good as our weakest link. And if we continuously have weak communities who remain economically inactive, deeply rooted in the clutches of poverty, our society as a whole will fail to prosper. Some of our own well-intended policy positions, such as the local 30% procurement, has unfortunately been misused and misinterpreted by our own communities. As we speak, the Dr. George Mukari site, where DID is implementing 300 bed spaces using alternative building technology, has been shut by the community, demanding to participate and stake their claim in the 30%. The trucks delivering cement for the pouring of concrete today have been disallowed to operate, losing a day of productivity as a business, but also losing a day of productivity on the site. The costs to these delays take directly from the public purse, pickpocketing, if you will, and up and until we come to a common understanding of the 30% local community participation, these acts will continue and many more like these. Criminals destroy community infrastructure with the knowledge that they will be the first to make demands on contractors or service providers when we go in to repair or replace this critical need. The destruction of infrastructure has not only left schools vandalized, clinics burned to the ground, rail infrastructure now destroyed, but it has also left businesses and communities more poverty-stricken than before. This is not the first time that the Dr. George Mukari site has been closed. And every time a different sector and section of the community comes to make the same demands on the contractors, the service providers, and the people who we rely on to be able to deliver and implement this infrastructure. At some point, you will find, and we will find, that the private sector will no longer want to partner and participate with the state because it will become too costly and they will make far too many losses to be able to adequately participate in doing any type of business with the state. The risks are many. We have not counted all, we have not costed all. And it's something that we possibly may need to look into, to say, what is it that needs to be done, by who, by when, and how, in order to be able to mitigate against these risks. The state relies a lot on the public service, the private sector, to be able to deliver on public services. As much as we do understand and do agree, and it is also a policy position of the African National Congress-led government that we need to be able to build the capacity of the state. The building of the capacity of the state must also be in conjunction and in partnership with the private sector. However, should the private sector always be at risk when and when they do business with the state, like closing down their sites, removal of their implements, tools, and even putting their workers and staff at risk, the private sector will stop and ask themselves a critical question as to whether they can still afford to be able to do work with the public sector. Importantly, we also have to ask ourselves what levels of inconsideration, disrespect, and utter disregard have we reached? We sabotage the future of our own children, the ability to feed families and access work, and even place the health and lives of our communities in jeopardy as these assets continue to be destroyed. Nobody thinks about the child that can't go to school tomorrow when they've burnt down the school. Nobody thinks about the older grannies and grandfathers in our communities who won't be able to get their much needed medication and health services at the local clinic when we've burnt the clinic to the ground. But we do continue to think about our pockets and how we are able to milk and destroy the infrastructure and in essence milk the state when the state has to replace that critical infrastructure, both of an economic as well as a social nature. We need action now and call for a heavy hand when the law takes its course against these criminals and unpatriotic individuals. It can only be unpatriotic persons that will place the jeopardy of our future and the future of our children in jeopardy. they can only be labeled and described as unpatriotic. The levels of lawlessness that has crept into our communities is really unacceptable. Law-abiding citizens are at the mercy of criminals now, leaving our democracy and the authority of the state under threat. As the ANC-led government, we support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mutara. Can I now give Honorable Makubela, the proponent, just for 2 minutes and responding to the debate, closing the debate. Honorable Makubela. Honorable Makubela, are you there?
Honorable Mbaba, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you very
Just
much.
for 2 minutes.
Oh, thank you. I'm certain that all of us who are gathered here, regardless of our party affiliation, are of one mind that we want to see our province freed of the processes of which Chinua Achebe wrote about. Ours must become a province of democracy, justice, and respect of human rights and the rule of law. It must become a province of peace and stability. It must become a province of prosperity and a decent and rising standard of living for all its people. It must be part of the world revolution in science and technology and a beneficiary of the benefits that come in its wake. Gauteng must flower once again as a home of champions of learning, of art, and thriving cultural activities. No longer sliding towards a slow and painful death at the grasp of the 30% criminal syndicates and foreign elements that are hell-bent at undermining the rule of law. Gauteng must regain her place as a home of excellence. The recent acts of sabotage within the province requires a firm stand supported by law against these criminals. It is also important, Honorable Deputy Chairpersons of Chairpersons, to flag that this is not just a petty criminal activity. It is acts that are directed at undermining the security and the economy of our province. Yet at the heart of these callous acts of sabotage is the narrative that to be lawless is to be revolutionary. Our revolution as the ANC is premised on the rule of law and respecting the dignity of all our people in the country. Hence, government and the state must, as a matter of extreme urgency, shred off the inertia of pandering to lawlessness. These acts of sabotage found root on the increased perception that when you are criminal and make too much noise, the state will hear you. Madam Speaker, as the ANC were firmly asserting to their government, led by Premier Comrade David Makura, to deal harshly and decisively with these petty criminals. Laws are made to regulate our affairs for the good of the greater society. Hence, failure to enforce these laws not only increases the sense of bravado among criminal syndicates, but it reduces the effectiveness of the state to provide services to its citizens. It is for this reason, Madam Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, that I believe that as lawmakers, in this august house, we must impress on the state to ensure that it deals decisively with the criminality that is taking place in our province. Thank you very much. The ANC supports this motion.
Thank you very much. We're not going to subject to any voting. And then this also brings us to the end of the sitting. So the next sitting will be next week, Friday, on the 11th of September. And on that note, the sitting is adjourned. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank we had a peaceful session, last session.
Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.